Yet even Wells, who ended the book with a powerful call for a common will of mankind, was obsessed with race. In his earlier novel The Time Machine, he forecast the evolutionary divergence of the human race into antagonistic species represented by the pale, gentle Alloy and the hideous, troglodytic Morlocks who eat the Alloy. In The Island of Dr. Moreau he horrified readers with the image of animals transformed by vivisection into humanoid monsters, analogues for mutant, inferior races. Years later, the Yellow Peril makes a melodramatic appearance in The War in the Air, Wells's saga of a world conflagration ignited by Wilhelmine Germany's sneak attack on New York City. 24. Holocaust on Broadway. Prefiguring the Martian attack in Independence Day, a German Zeppelin armada, emblazoned with the Iron Cross, turns Manhattan's Broadway into a hideous red scar of flames, slaughtering American civilians as though they had been no more than Moors, or Zulus, or Chinese. This atrocity, however, is only the prelude to the Asiatic armada that brings modern civilization to an end in the skies over Buffalo, New York. While the Americans and their European allies are preoccupied with a counterattack against the German aerial Gibraltar at Niagara Falls, thousands of Japanese and Chinese airships suddenly darken the sky. The Japanese and Chinese have joined in. That's the supreme fact. They pounced into our little quarrels. The Yellow Peril was a peril after all. 25. The plots of After London, The Time Machine, and The War in the Air were freely combined in the most popular American end of the city novel from the Edwardian era, George England's Darkness and Dawn, first serialized in Cavalier magazine in 1912. Readers were particularly thrilled by the story's opening pages which, like War in the Air, depict the destruction of New York's newly built skyscrapers. Alan and Beatrice awake from a century of suspended animation on the 48th floor of the ruined Metropolitan Tower overlooking Union Square. From their high perch, they survey a scene of utter devastation. The Great Flatiron Building is a hideous wreck, while the Brooklyn Bridge has collapsed and the Statue of Liberty is just a black misshapen mass protruding through the treetops. Manhattan has become the first skyscraper ghost town. They quickly leave this city of death to search for other Anglo-Saxon survivors of the unexplained catastrophe. George England, like Jack London, was both a socialist and an Aryanist. Inevitably, on the road to rebuilding civilization, his white barbarians must fight a pitiless war of extermination against the Horde, a species of cannibal ape men reminiscent of Wells's Morlocks, whom the reader is led to assume are the devolved offspring of inferior races. Once the ape men are annihilated, progress is rapid because labor reaps its full reward in the cooperative commonwealth established by the survivors. In the last scene, Alan points to a swift-moving light in the sky. "Look, Beatrice. The West Coast Mail." 27. It is a biplane from Southern California bearing the hope of a new age. 3. The Coming Hordes. Shortly after dark last Saturday night, a large force of Jap paratroopers was dropped from carrier-based aircraft into Santa Monica, a coastal suburb of the city of Los Angeles. President Roosevelt, in Invasion. Given this sinister genealogy, it is hardly surprising that Los Angeles disaster fiction was inaugurated, not by earthquake, flood, or firestorm, but by a Japanese invasion of Southern California in Homer Lee's lurid 1909 account, The Valor of Ignorance. 28. Lee was one of the strangest creatures of California's progressive era. In defiance of his twisted spine and sickly physique, he was driven by the belief that he was the reincarnation of a mythic Chinese warrior destined to lead vast armies into battle. During his student days at Occidental College and then Stanford, his Napoleonic fantasies were the butt of ridicule. He nonetheless managed while still in his 20s to wrangle a Chinese military commission during the Boxer Rebellion with the wild claim that he was Robert E. Lee's grandson. Although his ragtag regiment disintegrated after a few skirmishes, Lee skillfully wove his exploits into an elaborate legend that persuaded the exiled Chinese nationalist Sun Yat-sen to appoint him his chief of staff based in Los Angeles. With a gruff regular army veteran named O'Banion as drill sergeant, Lee attempted to turn a motley but enthusiastic mob of Chinese students and busboys into a revolutionary army. For several years they were a colorful sight, marching and target shooting in the hills of Griffith Park and the Pacific Palisades. Lee's patronizing cinephilia was only exceeded by his obsession with the Japanese military threat to the West Coast. In The Valor of Ignorance, he argued that, without a great Pacific fleet to protect its coastal cities, the United States was impotent to resist the inevitable invasion. Lee surmised that a Japanese force would strike first at Hawaii and Alaska, then occupy the Puget Sound, before steaming toward Los Angeles. Lee later claimed that he had spent 7 months usually on a burro, but sometimes carried in the arms of O'Banion in a painstaking reconnaissance of possible invasion routes and battlefields throughout Southern California. Los Angeles, he argued, was utterly defenseless on its seaboard side, one regiment occupy the city with impunity. Moreover, the mountain-ringed region, while so easily assailed from its sea, was virtually impregnable from the desert side. In The Valor of Ignorance, the Japanese feint at the worthless fortifications at San Pedro, then land unopposed at Santa Monica. The next day at their leisure they occupy Los Angeles, essentially completing the conquest of Southern California. From this superb base of operations, invulnerable to American counterattack, the Imperial Army is able to move vast numbers of troops northward to surround and besiege San Francisco. Bombarded by Japanese artillery emplaced in Oakland and Marin, San Francisco's hysterical business leaders force its small garrison to surrender, and the ensuing national political crisis, amplified by class and sectional insurrections, leads to the imposition of a military monarchy in the eastern states. With the Hearst Press, which immediately championed Lee's book, acting as bellows, The Valor of Ignorance ignited an anti-Japanese frenzy that consumed white California in the years immediately before the First World War and, again, in the early 1920s. Even if Lee was only following in the footsteps of Duner, he was later credited by authorities as diverse as Clare Boothe Luce and Carey McWilliams with being the creator of the modern Yellow Peril, the demagogue who first combined the phrase with the doctrine and applied the argument specifically to the West Coast. 29. Lee was followed, in turn, by J.U. Giese, whose xenophobic 1915 potboiler, All for His Country, was an example of an irresistible American genre, the Edisonid. In this popular story type, modeled on Service's Edison's conquest of Mars, a brilliant young inventor is initially spurned until his invention, in Giese's case, a huge radium-powered airship, proves necessary to save the day. 30 In a narrative clearly inspired by Pancho Villa's famous 1915 cross-border raid on Columbus, New Mexico, Mexican troops invade the Southwest. They are quickly driven back, and the pursuing American army, including all the garrison troops from California, is lured deep into Mexico, exactly the diversion that Mexico's secret ally Japan has been waiting for. With clock-like precision, a clandestine Japanese army, previously disguised as humble laborers, house servants, and immigrant farmers, attacks California's major cities. San Francisco quickly surrenders to the slant-eyed hordes. In Southern California, however, there is more resistance and thus greater carnage. For the first time in fiction, Los Angeles burns. It was a night of alarms, of the trooping of armed men, of sudden assault and a desperate defense in some quarters, of slaughter and burning, and rapine beyond description. Half of the city of Los Angeles alone was destroyed by fire, and while it burned, the conquerors patrolled its streets and shot down those who fled the flames. 31. Despite valiantly improvised resistance by Los Angeles's amateur aviators, the city is overwhelmed in a single day. The rest of California quickly falls, and in the following months the Japanese unveil a terrifying new weapon, a winged aerial torpedo, which they use to destroy America's Atlantic fleet. Left undefended, New York City is subjected to relentless aerial and naval bombardment. As in Darkness and Dawn, the world's tallest skyscraper, the newly built Metropolitan Tower, is toppled like a great tree. A stunned President Gilson is on the verge of accepting the terms of a Japanese ultimatum, when, as a climax, the Japanese demand a special act of Congress recognizing the Japanese claims to descent from Aryan rather than Mongol stock, which should establish them as a Caucasian people, and recognizing the full rights of intermarriage between themselves and all persons of both sexes in the United States. 32. Rather than accept biological orientalization myself, I had rather slay my daughters, proclaims Gilson. The government abandons Washington and retreats toward Chicago, leaving scorched earth behind. In an Armageddon-like battle, the Americans are on the verge of annihilation, when the long-awaited miracle ships finally arrive. Stillman, the inventor, had been pouting in Utah. With a handful of superhero aviators, he destroys the formerly invincible hordes and saves white womanhood from the ultimate nightmare of yellow sperm. Although a Japanese sneak attack on West Coast cities also figures in two 1927 novels, Charles Downing's The Reckoning and W. D. Gann's The Tunnel Through the Air, the most popular Yellow Peril story of the Harding Coolidge years was Peter Kyne's best-selling Pride of Palomar, originally serialized in Cosmopolitan. 34. Its publication coincided with a wave of pogroms against Japanese farmers in the rural areas of California. The pride in the title refers to pride of race, and white civilization in Southern California is depicted as besieged by locust-like swarms of Japanese farmers and laborers. Don Mike Farrell returns from battling the Bolshevik menace in Siberia only to discover that his own beloved San Gregorio Valley at the foot of Mount Palomar is about to be sold to the diabolical potato baron Akita, who has used white proxies to circumvent laws restricting Asian land ownership. Don Mike, descended from blonde Spaniards and an Irish grandfather, is a grand seigneur who speaks to his mongrelized peons in bizarre Tudor meter. "My good Pablo," he queried, "what has come over thee of late? Thou art of a mien as sorrowful as that of a sick deer." He is an idealized image of the contemporary ranchers and citrus growers who were the mainstay of Southern California's progressive movement and its core values of reform, efficiency, and white supremacy. He is also the mouthpiece for their racial fears. A fanatical social Darwinist, he worries that Anglo-Saxons lack the fitness to survive all-out economic competition with the thrifty, hard-working Japanese, an imperialist in a conquered land. He is terrified that the tables are about to be turned on him. They will dominate us, because they are a dominant people. They will shoulder us aside, control us, dictate to us, and we shall disappear from this beautiful land as surely and as swiftly as did the Mission Indians. While the South has its Negro problem and a sorry problem, that is, we Californians have had an infinitely more dangerous problem thrust upon us. We've got to shake them off. We've got to. 36. Kyne's Japanese immigrants, in other words, are analogues to the Martians in War of the Worlds, invincible invaders, even if armed with garden hose instead of death rays. In its own perverse way, the novel is a backhanded tribute to the indefatigable industry and sacrifice of the Issei generation. Its underlying racial hysteria, the fear that whites cannot successfully compete under conditions of equality, remains alive today in white panic about Asian achievements in California's public schools. In the end, lamely enough, Kyne can only furnish Don Mike with two fists and the admonition to Akita. "Now listen, O child of Nippon, to the white man's words of wisdom. You're going to depart from El Toro in a general northerly direction, and you're going to do it immediately, if not sooner. And you're never coming back." 37. Come back, however, the Japanese do, with terrible vengeance, in Whitman Chambers's 1943 novel Invasion. Chambers fills in the grisly details that the valor of ignorance and all for his country left out. Santa Monica is again the open door to invasion, although this time from the air, as the Japanese drop paratroopers, accompanied by incendiary and poison gas bombardments that reduce much of Los Angeles to stucco rubble. The Japanese return. A small group of civilian and military survivors, hiding in a MacArthur Park storm drain, are transformed into guerrilla warriors by Happy McGonigal, a brawny Irish-American who exults in killing the Japanese, depicted as apes or insects, with his bare hands. McGonigal's band finds revenge at the bloody corner of Alvarado and Glendale in Echo Park when they surprise a platoon of Japanese soldiers eating oranges. McGonigal delegates the execution of the prisoners to a sadistic Jewish GI named Abe. Abe came into sight at the end of the short hallway beyond the open door. His grimy uniform was spattered with bright arterial blood. There was fresh blood on the butt of his gun. His eyes were feverish. 2 down, he announced grimly, and 2 to go. Bring the bastards into the slaughterhouse, Sergeant. 38. When they are not murdering prisoners or dodging Japanese patrols in the bombed-out industrial district near the river, McGonagall's guerrillas are arguing over politics. Chambers, like Dooner, was a racist populist who ranted against upper-class defeatism in the face of the Yellow Peril. As the mortally wounded Hap McGonagall sets off on a suicide mission against the Japanese, he enumerates the domestic enemies of total race war and the more egalitarian society which unconditional victory will ensure. You tell M. Chum, he started again to crawl toward the cellar. The Tory papers with their stinking little punks preaching treason. Dutchess County sluts that sent Ham Fisher back to Congress, the Palm Beach Tories. Bertie and Willie, all the mucking bastards that trying to make us lose this war because they're afraid of the brave new world our dying men are building. 39. For romantic disaster fiction. I hold the lives of millions at my mercy. Roger Seaton in The Secret Power. When the Japanese were not overrunning early 20th century California, courageous matrons were saving it. The most popular story type to emerge from the 1906 San Francisco earthquake and fire was the woman-centered romance in the ruins. In more than a score of novels, including Elizabeth Worthington's 28 Seconds and After, Sarah Dean's Traverse, A Story of the Earthquake, Evelyn Green's The City of the Golden Gate, Emma Allen's The Awakening of the Harwells, and Charlotte Canty's The Whimsy Girl, women assume heroic roles generally as motherly angels in the moral reconstruction of a once lewd and frivolous city. The 1920s queen of angelic catastrophe fiction, Marie Corelli, created just such a heroine for her popular 1921 novel, The Secret Power, a romance of the time. In it, Los Angeles for the first time is destroyed by earthquake and atomic explosion, nothing, as it turns out, that a good woman couldn't handle. Corelli, now forgotten, was once an incredibly popular author of women's fiction. Her style, in those pre-bodice ripping days, was unparalleled for its neurasthenic desperation and romantic breathlessness. 40. In this incomparably strange story, she hijacks the Edisonid plot for her own proto-feminist purposes. Roger Seaton is the world's foremost nuclear physicist as well as a self-proclaimed Nietzschean Superman. A recluse, he lives in a cabin in the San Gabriel Mountains above Pasadena, tinkering with his homemade atomic bomb, which Corelli describes presciently as equal to millions of bombs of the same size and energy as used in the trenches. 41. His maid, Manella Saraso, is a naive but ravishing daughter of Spanish California who yearns to become his love slave, despite the fact that he brutally ignores her. His heart, it seems, was broken in a previous tryst with Morgana Royal, a modern Cleopatra who is the richest woman in the world and, as chance would have it, the second most brilliant theorist of the future development of radioactivity. When not engaged in telepathic conversations with the inhabitants of a mysterious city in the Sahara, she tools around the world in her great airship, the White Eagle, a flying boudoir powered by throbbing atomic discs, resembling the suckers on the tentacles of a giant octopus. 42. On one of these jaunts, she visits Roger and immediately develops a sapphic solidarity with Manella, whose unrequited passion for Roger she instantly recognizes. A few weeks later, Manella startles Roger while he is playing with his atomic toys in his cave laboratory, and he accidentally drops his bomb. The ensuing explosion sets off a gigantic earthquake that devastates the Los Angeles area, killing most of its inhabitants. All the sunny plains and undulating hills of the beautiful stretch of land in Southern California, in the center of which the Plaza Hotel and Sanatorium had stood, were now unrecognizable. The earth was torn asunder and thrown into vast heaps. Great rocks and boulders were tumbled over each other pell-mell in appalling heights of confusion, and, for miles around, camps and houses were in ruins. The scene was one of absolute horror. 43. The Secret Power here suddenly rejoins the eugenical and genocidal preoccupations of mainstream disaster fiction. Morgana, an implacable Nietzschean, is unmoved when she learns of the mass tragedy. The human race in its present condition, she coldly observes, is an unweeded garden and it wants clearing. She is, however, loyal to her friends and immediately flies over from Sicily to retrieve the bodies of Roger and Manella. Her miraculous radium treatments restore the beautiful Manella to full health but leave Roger a helpless infant, confined to bed where he mutters incessantly, "I am the master of the world." 44. Both Manella and Morgana are delighted with the scope that Roger's invalidism affords their maternal instincts. Manella marries Roger, while Morgana flies off to her brazen city in the Sahara. In her last telepathic message to Manella, Morgana relishes their matriarchal triumph. Masters of the world are poor creatures at best, but the secret makers of the new race are the gods of the future. 45. The heroic role of maternal instinct in the face of catastrophe also figures centrally in Beulah Marie Dix's altogether more modern novel Pity of God, published in 1932.46. Dix was the first writer to incorporate a real Los Angeles disaster into her plot, the 1928 collapse of the newly built St. Francis Dam, which killed 385 people. Pity of God is an acid portrait prefiguring later stories by Faulkner and Kane of an old stock American family morally decomposing in the Southern California sunshine. The novel chronicles the last day in the lives of the Vickeries, who have just moved into a monstrous Spanish colonial home in the posh new suburb of San Andreas, north of the San Fernando Valley. The mother, Ethel Vickery, is a grotesque figure, the embodiment of every middle-class fad and prejudice, whose family wealth has given her despotic power over her unsuccessful husband, Joe. He, in turn, is infatuated with his secretary, but they cannot afford to run away together until Joe makes a killing. Ethel's father, a contrite and beaten old man living in the empty shell of betrayed memories, silently observes their vicious warfare. Ruins of St. Francis Dam. Scheming and remorseless, the teenage Vickery sons, Jed and Robbie, meanwhile, might have been early models for Eric and Lyle Menendez. Jed has knocked up the German maid, while Robbie thinks he is losing his eyesight from moonshine. To complete this cancerous family portrait, Dix adds Jed's fiancée, Babby Marsh, the quintessential spoiled valley girl of the 1920s. Only the Vickery's two younger daughters, still oblivious to the mayhem in the household, retain their innocence. The two girls are eventually saved by a redeeming maternal figure, their widowed Aunt Cornelia, whose own husband and daughter died during the great influenza epidemic at the end of the First World War. The Vickery family is fast asleep when Cornelia is awakened by an image of her dead daughter and a strange moaning in the earth farther up San Andreas Canyon. San Vicente Dam is collapsing. Grabbing the two little girls, she sprints desperately for the top of a nearby hill. Cornelia gave a glance up the canyon. Nightmare. Never to be forgotten. A solid wall rolling down the canyon. Towering wall that reached from ridge to ridge. Black marble wall marching. Starlight caught upon its demoniac surface. Like a black mirror. Incredible, gigantic mirror. The sky was splitting with the thunder of its coming. 47. At dawn, Cornelia and the girls are horrified to discover that the Vickery mansion has vanished without a trace. The deluge has stripped the soil to bedrock, leaving nothing behind but banks of mud, and, sullen, yellowish, steadily flowing water. San Andreas, a Sodom with red-tiled roofs, has been obliterated by the angry fist of a Calvinist god. 5. Cult catastrophe. Take any boulevard and in the fourth bungalow on the right they'll be busy raising the dead or talking things over with Dante and Shakespeare. The Doomsday Men. Kooky religious cults and natural disaster, often with racist or anti-Semitic undertones, became pea and pod in Los Angeles fiction after 1930. The initial coupling of the two had, however, been made nearly a century earlier, when, according to the Reverend William Money, Jesus Christ accosted him on a New York street corner and ordered him to go west, to Los Angeles. Arriving in 1840, when the city was just a dusty hamlet, Money immediately cornered the market on faith healing, utopianism, and astrology. A self-proclaimed astronomer and weather prophet, he predicted earthquakes, storms, and comets. He also authored a popular chiliastic tract, Reform of the New Testament Church, while brawling with the local Catholic clergy and, Later, U.S. occupation authorities. 48. Despite the enmity of the region's leaders, Money succeeded in founding the Southland's first commune based on common property and total obedience to himself around a weird octagonal house in San Gabriel known as the Moneyan Institute. From sect headquarters, he periodically issued revelations and prophecies. Shortly before he died in 1880, the pioneer cultist drew a strange map entitled W.M. Money's discovery of the ocean, which showed the city of San Francisco toppling into the Pacific. When local newspapers refused to publish it, Money invoked a curse on Los Angeles, damning it to the same fate. 49. Money's curse, needless to say, has never been lifted. Indeed, after the First World War, God's coming destruction of Los Angeles became a staple of Sunday morning sermons in the huge gray granite churches built to accommodate 1 million new immigrants from the Midwest. Corn Belt fundamentalism, with its traditional yeoman antipathy toward the evil city, collided head-on with the libertine culture of the Hollywood movie colony in an urban Kulturkampf. Each side would resort to doomsday imagery to damn and excoriate the other. The victory of Iowa-born auto parts dealer John Porter in the 1929 mayoral election was the high-water mark of fundamentalist power in Los Angeles. Porter, a secret member of the Ku Klux Klan, according to his enemies, had pledged to maintain the city as the last stand of native-born Protestant Americans. His leading supporter was Fighting Bob Schuler, the powerful pastor of Trinity Methodist Church, whom historian Kevin Starr has called the Savonarola of the Southland. Schuler invoked God's wrath almost weekly against the predominantly Jewish film industry. There are poisons here that shall destroy the home, besmirch the virtue of womanhood and sully every whitened principle of social intercourse unless a mighty cleansing be wrought. In preaching his gospel of fear, he interpreted every disaster whether man-made or natural as merely a down payment on Los Angeles's well-earned final judgment. 50. On the other side, the local literati, adopting the sarcastic style of H. L. Mencken, fought back with articles and pamphlets that increasingly depicted the Midwesterners as a geriatric army of doom. In a famous jibe, Edmund Wilson, on a 1930 swing through Southern California, took up the cudgels for the Hollywood intelligentsia, describing Schuler's American Gothic congregation as those dowdy and dry-faced women, those dowdy and pasty girls, those old men with thin necks and sparse hairs, drooping forward their small bald foreheads, drawing in their recessive chins. 51. In San Diego, he parroted the death wish of these doomed people as they discover that Southern California is no panacea for their ennui and despair. They stuff up the cracks of their doors and quietly turn on the gas, they go into their back sheds or back kitchens and eat ant paste or swallow Lysol, they drive their cars into dark alleys, get into the back seat and shoot themselves, they hang themselves in hotel bedrooms, take overdoses of sulfonal or barbital, they slip off to the municipal golf links and there stab themselves with carving knives, or they throw themselves into the bay, blue and placid, where gray battleships and cruisers guard the limits of the broad-belting nation. 52. It was left to Montana novelist Myron Breinig to first mate Los Angeles evangelicalism and Bohemia in a savage satirical novel that ended in mock apocalypse. Breinig's flutter of an eyelid is actually a Roman oclef based on a Palos Verdes swimming club that included photographer Edward Weston, impresario Merle Armitage, and other well-known avant-gardists of the time. 53. Breinig, equally repelled by all of Southern California's fringe cultures, skewers both the club and its fundamentalist enemies in a surreal plot that moves at blitzkrieg speed toward the fulfillment of Money's curse. Caslin Roanoke, Harvard man and esteemed historical novelist, is suffering from an acute case of Puritan gloom, when his doctor orders him out to Los Angeles for sunshine and recreation. He is instantly seduced by the fluttering eyelids of stunning Sylvia Prowse, whom he meets at a cocktail party in the Bohemian beach colony of Alta Vista. "And you," he dared to address her at last. "What do you do?" "I give and receive pain," she said. "Ah, that's interesting," said Caslin, already in pain. 54. After this typically LA introduction, and a skinny dip in the Pacific with Sylvia, Caslin becomes a full-fledged member of a libidinous clique that includes Angela Flower. 55 When Angela is not healing the lame and blind at her $10 million heavenly temple, she is prowling Alta Vista for love meat to feed her voracious sexual appetite. On one of Angela's forays, she beds a handsome but dim-wit sailor who is a dead ringer for a blonde Jesus. After secretly grooming him for resurrection, she goes on radio to announce the second coming in downtown Los Angeles. 56 For a while, Jesus is more popular than Valentino or Lindbergh, but gradually the novelty fades, and many listeners begin to turn the dial to a different station, a dance orchestra, a comedy sketch, a talk on beauty preparations. Sister Amy. Desperate, Angela promises that Jesus will walk on the waves at Venice Beach, and indeed he does defy gravity for a few moments until, that is, he sees Sylvia swimming in the nude. Her fluttering eyelids break his trance and he sinks like a stone. Thousands of his disconsolate followers, Wilson's doom people, then cast themselves into the sea in a final, conclusive baptism of death. Heads bobbed up and down like coconuts cast off from a sinking ship, and stomachs that resembled fat pink islands, floated for a time before they dropped from view. Inferring from Jesus' death and other occult signs that the end is nigh, Caslin wisely retreats to Boston on the eve of a cataclysmic earthquake. For the first time in pulp fiction, all of the Southland slides swiftly, relentlessly, into the Pacific Ocean. 57. Los Angeles tobogganed with almost one continuous movement into the water, the shore cities going first, followed by the inland communities, the business streets, the buildings, the motion picture studios in Hollywood where actors became stark and pallid under their mustard-colored makeup. 58. By one of those strange coincidences that Breinig evidently relished, his manuscript was at the printer on March 10, 1933, when an earthquake devastated Long Beach and Los Angeles' southern suburbs. This coincidence underscores the uncertain boundary between irony and tragedy when it comes to the destruction of Los Angeles. The Flutter of an Eyelid was one of those novels pregnant with the whole potentiality of a new genre. Indeed, Breinig virtually invented the Los Angeles disaster novel as a distinctive form by fusing regionally specific themes with catastrophe in a ruthless Swiftian vision that repels any sympathy for the outlandish city and its even more bizarre inhabitants. In The Flutter of an Eyelid can be found many of the ingredients that would make Nathaniel West's 1939 novel Day of the Locust famous, including zombie-like Midwesterners, bizarre churches, a caricature of Amy Semple McPherson, and an apocalyptic mob scene comparable to a great natural disaster. Yet, while West's novel has attained immortality, a staple of college survey courses in American literature, The Flutter of an Eyelid is totally forgotten. Certainly, West is the tauter, more indelibly modernist writer, but Breinig has the greater claim to thematic originality. The decisive factor in the failure of Breinig's otherwise darkly humorous and imaginative novel may well have been his unpardonable descent into ethnic caricature. Many readers, and eventually his own editors, interpreted Breinig's treatment of one character's obsessive, self-hating Jewishness as overt anti-Semitism. Despite Breinig's explicit denunciation of anti-Semites in a later Los Angeles novel, The Flutter of an Eyelid, never reprinted or issued in paperback, sank into obscurity under the weight of its unsavory reputation. As a result, West received the patent for literary invention that properly belonged to Breinig, while Edgar Cayce collected residuals for superquake clairvoyance. In fact, West was not even the next in line to exploit the fruits of Breinig's imagination. A year before Day of the Locust was published, the well-known British playwright and novelist J.B. Priestley penned The Doomsday Men, which implicated the Los Angeles cult scene in a plot to blow up the world with an atomic bomb. Priestley's mad cult leader Father John and his two equally delusional brothers decide to end the world's pain and give mankind a good night's sleep by detonating their secret superweapon from a white tower in the Mojave Desert. John's grim followers, they were nearly all middle-aged or elderly, and a hard-faced lot, many of them with a strong weather-beaten look, not like city folks, gather on the hillsides around the tower to sing death psalms. At the last moment, the world is saved by a drunken Hollywood stunt pilot who crashes his biplane into one of the power pylons supplying energy to the White Tower. 60. Priestley later disowned The Doomsday Man, written with an eye to quick movie adaptation, as a mistake. 61 But its popularity, like that enjoyed by Day of the Locust, confirmed the continuing allure of Breinig's cult catastrophe formula, as did another Los Angeles novel, The Devil is a Lonely Man, published posthumously in 1946. Racial hysteria erupts from every page of this bizarre novel, which reads like a seriously psychotic version of Gone with the Wind. Senator Anthony Wayne, a Southern grandee transplanted to Southern California, manipulates a nihilistic religious sect, the Church of Love, to make himself master of Los Angeles. At the height of his power, however, Wayne discovers to his horror that his beautiful wife under her blonde coloring, is a negress. With a raging flood in the background as a symbol of racial chaos, Wayne flings his wife out of an airplane and then kills himself. 62. In his 1954 novel Messiah, Gore Vidal gave the Breinig subgenre a high-gloss polish without descending into the racial inferno. He tells the story of the hypnotic mortician John Cave, a combination of L. Ron Hubbard, Rasputin, and Dr. Jack Kevorkian, who incarnates the death wish in an age of nuclear pessimism. With the help of Hollywood's top publicist, a kitchen cabinet of rich Southern Californians, and the new mesmerism of television, Cave transforms himself from an obscure Los Angeles cult leader into a modern god whose stunningly simple message is death is good. When his own continued existence suggests a contradiction in terms, he is summarily murdered by his fanatical disciples, each of whom nurtures his or her own messianic ambition. With their irresistible franchise on then Atos, the Doom people begin to take over the entire world, fighting bitter civil wars with Catholics and Orthodox Jews. The novel itself is recounted from a hiding place in the ancient city of Luxor by Jean Luther, a sexually impotent classicist who has elaborated Cave's simplistic utterances into a Baroque theology of Cave's sword. As agents of Mother Goddess Iris Mortimer close in all around him, Luther, who has become Cavusway's Trotsky in exile, recalls driving across Los Angeles with Iris to hear Cave speak for the first time. His last free thought before falling under Cave's hypnotic influence was a startling vision of inevitable devastation. As we drove down the empty streets, I saw ruins and dust where houses were, and, among the powdery debris of stucco all in mounds, the rusted antennae of television sets like the bones of awful beasts whose vague but terrible proportions will alone survive to attract the unborn stranger's eye. 63. 6 Ground Zero. There will be those who say that the end came, I mean the end, with an avenging God and the whole shebang. But I say there was a race of hardy laughers, mystics, crazies, who knew their real homes, or who had been drawn to this Gold Coast for years, and they lived through the destroying light, and on, into light ages. Golden Days. Was the first nuclear weapon tested off the coast of San Diego during the administration of Grover Cleveland? Or was the atomic bomb invented in 1907 by Pasadena's most famous resident, Upton Sinclair? A tongue-in-cheek case can be made for each of these astounding propositions. Thus, at the climax of Thomas and Anna Fitch's 1891 Potboiler Better Days, or, Millionaire of Tomorrow, The Millionaire Hero, in an effort to persuade the representatives of the world powers assembled at the Hotel Coronado in San Diego to abandon war, stages an early bikini test by blowing up the nearby Coronado Islands with an explosive called Patentite 64. This is one of the earliest appearances in fiction of a non-biological doomsday weapon with the capacity to destroy cities and even entire civilizations. Together with a few other novels of the later 1890s, it directly prefigured the apocalyptic powers of atomic energy. 65. Although H. G. Wells, tutored by his eminent physicist friend Frederick Soddy, usually receives credit for inventing both the term and the concept of the atomic bomb in his prophetic 1914 novel The World Set Free, Upton Sinclair claimed to hold an earlier patent. In 1907, while living in New Jersey, he wrote a little farce comedy of the future based on a story idea that he had purchased from a fellow socialist named Fred Warren. It was never produced as a play but was finally published by the author in Pasadena as a novel, The Millennium, in 1924. The story opens at a Neronian party in the half-mile high Manhattan pleasure palace of Lumley, Gotham, the emperor of America's financial aristocracy. His chief scientist has just discovered a new radioactive element, X-radiumite, which he hopes will power communication with the inhabitants of Mars. Unfortunately, the vial of pure radiumite is also incredibly dangerous. The professor declared that if the jar were dropped, the result would be the annihilation of all animal life upon the surface of the globe. Naturally, the professor drops the jar. 66. The only survivors are 11 passengers on a new intercontinental superplane. Sinclair then uses the conventions of the last man story to satirize the bourgeoisie's inability to survive in a world without servants or employees. The pilot and butler become the heroes of the new society, while one of the plutocrats starves to death amid his hoarded wealth. If Sinclair's chronological claims are correct, then his comic atomic explosion predated the world set free, although it was Wells's horrifying vision of aerial atomic warfare in the World War of 1958 that became the template for future nuclear catastrophe fiction. 67 The awkward atomic devices in Corelli and Priestley were both spin-offs of Wells, although the plots of both novels were too comic opera to inspire fear. The first truly convincing account of the horror of nuclear warfare was Philip Wiley's astonishing 1943 short story, The Paradise Crater, with Los Angeles again nominated as Ground Zero. According to literary historians Bruce Franklin and Paul Bryans, the pioneer West Coast sci-fi writer was put under house arrest, even threatened with death, for compromising the security of the Manhattan Project with this tale of a former Olympic hero who battles a terrorist network of Nazi refugees in Southern California in the year 1965. 68 Sneaking into the Nazis' secret cavern, the hero sabotages their cache of atomic weapons. As the ensuing explosion obliterates Los Angeles and shoots flames 40,000 feet into the sky, Wiley anticipates the terrifying scenes that 18 months later would come true in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 69. The authorities did not allow this chilling premonition of nuclear destruction to be published until the war was over. Then, with the beginning of the Cold War, the nukes began to fall like fiery rain on Los Angeles. In the 1953 Paramount version of The War of the Worlds, for example, the Air Force sends the Flying Wing to drop an H-bomb to no effect on the Martian invaders gathered in the Puente Hills. The angry Martians retaliate by blowing the ziggurat off the top of Los Angeles' City Hall. Robert Aldrich, in his 1955 film adaptation of Mickey Spillane's Kiss Me Deadly, punishes the evil Lily Carver with a personal nuclear holocaust when she foolishly opens a Pandora's box containing stolen plutonium. 70 The rebellious supercomputer in charge of the U.S. nuclear arsenal in Dennis Jones's Colossus punishes tampering by exploding a few megatons over downtown Los Angeles. 71-72 Ground Zero books and movies, like the alien airship fantasies of the 1890s, accommodated a full spectrum of racial and biological phobias. Thus, while writers were struggling to destroy Los Angeles in new and ever more preposterous ways, B-movie makers were rearming the screaming yellow hordes with nuclear weapons. In Port of Hell, a freighter enters Los Angeles harbor containing a Chinese A-bomb set to explode in 12 hours. Square-jawed Dane Clark, playing a port inspector, races against time to drag the bomb out to sea. A decade later, wily Chinese agents, in Dimension 5, hide an even bigger bomb in a Los Angeles bound rice ship. This time Jeff Hunter and his Asian sidekick, France Nguyen, use time travel belts to foil the conspiracy. Really pissed off now, the Red Chinese decide to tunnel under the Pacific using a super laser in battle beneath the earth. Mao is stopped before he reaches Malibu by Sinbad actor Kerwin Matthews. Red hordes under Malibu. In Robert Moore Williams's 1961 novel, The Day They H-Bombed Los Angeles, stunned survivors of the mushroom cloud over the harbor emerge from a San Pedro bomb shelter to discover that Los Angeles was nuked, not by the dirty commies, but by the Pentagon. The reason? To destroy the giant mutant protein molecules, nightmare byproducts of American H-bomb testing in the South Pacific that have invaded Southern California. Arriving as a scum on the surface of waves, the molecules, like monster versions of Richard Dawkins's selfish genes with no morals of any kind, have been turning the population into crazed, flesh-eating zombies led by howling wolf women. The patriotic survivalists, led by an FBI agent and a tough ex-Marine, exterminate vast multitudes of the living dead in heroic hand-to-hand combat. In the novel's most emotional scene, a bullet knocks a molecule out of control, allowing a dying zombie to briefly regain his humanity. "This is the human part of me talking," Eric Bluer's whisper came again. "This is the kid you once knew, the kid who was scared of a pet poodle, the kid who had to whistle to find the courage to pass a cemetery at night." 73. Steve DeJarnett's 1988 film Miracle Mile finds black humor as well as true love at ground zero. Until the ICBMs come arcing over the Hollywood sign, it is not clear whether nuclear war is really imminent or Los Angeles has simply been unhinged by rumor. The city riven by crime and racial conflict is so close to meltdown that the H-bombs are almost superfluous. Yet, even on the last shopping day in the history of the world, romance manages to brighten the face of extinction. As doomed lovers Harry and Julie slowly sink into the La Brea tar pits, they find consolation in the prospect that we will metamorphosize together. The Pentagon nukes LA. The culmination of the Los Angeles nuke novel is undoubtedly Carolyn C's much-praised Golden Days, a survivor's tale with a feminist twist. Edith Langley and Lorna Villanelle are best friends who have bootstrapped their way through 30 years of broken marriages, unreliable lovers, and single parenthood to finally achieve power and comfort as independent women. In the face of sudden nuclear devastation, the true measure of their strength emerges. Lorna becomes a New Age prophetess while Edith saves her extended family. Investing her two ladies of the canyons with mythic, Gaian powers of survival and regeneration, C picks up the threads of the classic genre, sketched earlier, of women's romantic disaster fiction. But her critique of the male gender is considerably more radical. In Edith's view, humanity has been literally led by the dig to the edge of extinction. In order to explain the final descent into nuclear war, she tells the story of one day in the life of an average middle-class man, just a man, you know. As he is driven by his fear of death and the imperatives of his penis to betray his wife, mistresses, and children. Whether he realizes it or not, he is a shareholder in the same missile-wielding phallocracy, the great ongoing dick-waving contest of the centuries that ultimately betrays life itself. In the last minutes, women turned on their husbands. You did this, speaking in tones, the tones they had used before only when giving birth, so that some men, even in the midst of their great fear, were blown off the planet looking sheepish. By you, the women meant men, males, Caspar Weinberger, Alexander Haig, Ronald Reagan, but afterwards they couldn't remember those names, only the shape of the missiles and the bragging and bullying that had preceded these times. For a while a few women went to the few intact male corpses they could find, castrated them, pinned the bloody, dried penises to walls and tree trunks, with the scrawled word peacekeeper, but soon it didn't seem worth the trouble. 74. Edith's feminist righteousness is laced with extraordinary snobbery. Topanga Canyon, where Edith has built her nest, is a redoubt of special people who had the courageous good taste to spend the last days before the Holocaust enjoying dinner at Spago or making love on the beach. Meanwhile, the stupid ones, the really stupid ones, who lived in the goatish eastern suburbs of El A Pomona, Covina, Alhambra, Upland, took their impulse to flee but took it east. Can you believe it? Edith gloats over the destruction of the blue-collar plains and ticky-tacky suburban valleys. When desperate refugees from the flatlands seek refuge in the canyons and hillsides, they are speared by her loving neighbors. Indeed, the golden days of the novel's ironic title glow because only the most spiritually sensitive and ecologically in tune people, a New Age mistress race, have endured to enjoy the matriarchal utopia that women like Edith and Lorna are building on the ruins of the old phallocentric world. Without bad or stupid people around, Southern California again becomes lushly Edenic, and the new toponons can live off seeds and wildflowers. That is why there is no mourning in Edith's tale, only an increasingly creepy celebration of gourmet survivalism. 7 Green Gates of Hell. I have made an unusual discovery, said Dr. Grimsby. What is that? Asked Dr. Maxwell. Los Angeles is alive. Dr. Maxwell blinked. I beg your pardon, he said. The creeping terror. Since Richard Jefferies first imagined London dying in its own sewage and pollution in the mid-1880s, ecological self-destruction has been a minor, but persistent, theme in urban disaster fiction. The emergence of the modern environmental movement in the late 1960s opened a larger niche for the eco-catastrophe novel as a subgenre in its own right. Like the inevitability of nuclear war, the biological unsustainability of the giant city is now firmly lodged in contemporary doom consciousness. Los Angeles, of course, is perfectly cast in the role of environmental suicide. Only Mexico City has more completely toxified its natural setting, and no other metropolis in the industrialized northern hemisphere continues to grow at such breakneck speed. It is not surprising, then, that the climax of the post-war boom in the mid-1960s saw the parallel emergence of fictional and non-fictional accounts of imminent ecological collapse, frequently in tandem with Malthusian fears about too many poor people of color. Yet nothing written in the past 30 years comes close to the mordancy of Ward Moore's 1947 comic novel, Greener Than You Think. 75 Moore was the first writer to convincingly turn the tables on Los Angeles. The city that had for decades consumed nature in voracious bulldozer bites is itself bitten back and consumed. His novel is about the lawn that ate Hollywood. It is, by turns, the funniest and the most frightening Los Angeles disaster book ever written. Albert Wiener is a huckster down on his luck but convinced that he possesses messianic sales potential. An obscure want ad introduces him to Josephine Spencer Francis, the inventor of Metamorphizer, a superfertilizer that allows plants to metabolize virtually anything. Francis wants to end world hunger by increasing grain production, but Wiener is only interested in his commission. Ignoring her complaints about imbeciles grow grass in a desert, he peddles her formula door to door as a miracle treatment for tired lawns. One shot of Meta, one shot of Francis, amazing discovery, and your lawn springs to new life. 76. His first and only customers, in a dowdy section of Hollywood, are the Dinkmans. Their lawn is the most miserable in the neighborhood, an embarrassing toupee of yellowing Bermuda grass, the color of moldy straw. But once Meta stimulates its insatiable appetite, Los Angeles, and eventually the world, is doomed. In the feudal war against the Dinkmans' lawn, mowers are replaced by sickles, then by flamethrowers, tanks, and B-29s, and, finally, by atomic bombs. All the explosive energy expended against the devil grass merely increases the fervor with which its green tentacles clutch the city. Out through Cahuenga Pass it flowed, toward fertile San Fernando Valley. Steadily it climbed to the hilltops, masticating sage, greasewood, oak, sycamore, and manzanita with the same ease it bolted down houses and pavements. Into Griffith Park it swaggered, mumbling the planetarium, Mount Hollywood, and Ferndale in successive mouthfuls, and swarmed down to the concrete bed of the Los Angeles River. Here ineffectual shallow pools had preserved illusion and given tourists something at which to laugh in the dry season. The weed licked them up like a thirsty cow at Wallow. 77. After the failure of an Air Force incendiary attack, the seat of government is hurriedly evacuated to the refugee mecca of Pomona. Religious sects proclaim the divinity of the grass. Real estate speculators commit suicide. Politicians suggest emigration to Mars. And refugees mouthscape as they look back, toward the west, at the towering green mountain of hungry grass where City Hall once stood. It is left to Time magazine to pronounce the official obituary. Death, as it must to all, came last week to Los Angeles. The metropolis of the Southwest died gracelessly, undignifiedly, swallowed up, Jonah-wise, by the advance of the terrifying Bermuda grass. 78. While the grass pauses to digest Southern California, the government builds an enormous Maginot Line of salt across the desert. The green juggernaut resumes its advance, but as Wiener watches from a balloon, it is stopped in its tracks by the band of salt. There is national thanksgiving. 79. As business returns to normal, the United States and the USSR decide to go to war. The commie hordes, with a delightful taste for Ansel Adams scenery, land on the California coast at Big Sur, Cambria, and San Simeon. San Francisco is eventually captured and Market Street is renamed Krasny Prospekt. All this, however, is a mere warm-up for the major Red Army offensive across the grass. It is war and peace gone mad. Long after their brave start, the crazed and starving survivors began trickling into the American lines where they surrendered. They were dull and listless except for one strange manifestation: they shied away fearfully from every living plant or growth, but did they see a bare patch of soil, a boulder or stretch of sand, they clutched, kissed, mumbled and wept over it in a very frenzy. 80. Soon the grass resumes its terrible advance, over the Rockies and down into the amber fields of wheat, crossing the Mississippi at Dubuque. Wiener, whose fortunes are serendipitously synchronized to those of Mrs. Dinkman's lawn, has meanwhile become America's corporate master through shrewd war profiteering. With other members of his ruling elite, he decamps for Europe as total panic breaks out in the shrinking circle of American cities. In his 1961 short story, The Creeping Terror, Richard Matheson spoofed both Moore and Los Angeles's out-of-control suburban growth. Following freakish deluges in the summer of 1972, Los Angeles itself suddenly jolts to life as a single asphalt and citrus megafungus. Its spores, in the form of erratic orange trees, suddenly appear in the middle of Nebraska wheat fields, while delusional Midwesterners in bathing suits wander helplessly across the plains and prairies searching for the Pacific Ocean. Within a year only New England is still resisting the mindless blob. As the Los Angeles city limits inexorably encircle the Puritans' city on the hill, proud Bostonians choose mass suicide rather than surrender to Bermuda shorts and drive-in theaters. Shortly afterward the nation's capital is moved to Beverly Hills and a new anthem is adopted, "Sing Out O Land," with flag unfurled. Los Angeles. Tomorrow's world. 81. Ecogigantism. As with Moore's globe-choking lawn or Matheson's fungal suburban sprawl soon became the dominant allegorical device in environmental science fiction. The giant mutant ants in Gordon Douglas's 1954 film Them may be the products of nuclear testing in the desert, but when they move into the Los Angeles River now entombed in concrete and steel they become potent symbols of the city's destruction of nature as well. Other icky mutants covered with slime and oozing toxic juices attempt to turn Los Angeles into a friendly environment for fungi in Robert Hutton's independent film The Slime People. Ecocrud again rises to the surface in Stephen Traxler's Slithies, gobbling up aging hippies and Porsche-set yuppies alike in Venice Beach. One giant slurb, stretching from Santa Barbara to the Mexican border, is the dystopian vision in Kurt Gentry's Last Days of the Late, Great State of California. Although Gentry disposes of Southern California with one of Reverend Money's long slides into the Pacific, oh, my God! Los Angeles has vanished. The San Andreas event is strictly window dressing in an only semi-fictional polemic. The greatest irony of all, Gentry explains, is that no earthquake or act of God was necessary to destroy California. Man, with his ingenuity, was managing to do it all by himself. 82. Nature's Revenge. Gentry's book, written a few years after the Watts riot, is memorable for its conjugation of environmental crisis and that familiar creature of the catastrophe genre, race war. On the one hand, Gentry argues that suburbanization, like Moore's Bermuda grass, is devouring natural resources and open space at rates that will soon force residents to depend on their own reclaimed sewage as the primary water supply. On the other hand, he speculates that in time the major claims to distinction of San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles, San Diego may well be that they were the battlegrounds where the Great War between whites and blacks was fought. The confluence of environmental breakdown and race war, he feared, would result in not just destruction, but something in many ways worse, living death. 83. Race and ecology are also combined, along with wall-to-wall sex, in Philip Wiley's 1971 softcore potboiler, Los Angeles, AD 2017. Publishing magnate Glenn Howard awakens from a 47-year sleep to discover that Los Angeles has been destroyed by an omnibus environmental catastrophe that features toxic algal blooms, Arctic frosts, and a final exterminating smog. Anticipating the worst, big corporations and their executives have clandestinely built underground pleasure domes for survival. New Los Angeles, Howard discovers, is a subterranean version of the Playboy Mansion, where a few thousand select inhabitants grope and orgy while waiting for the surface to become habitable again. In order to enhance executive quality genes in the surviving population, however, reproduction is organized on strict eugenic principles. As Howard's girlfriend explains, the environmental collapse was really a providential deliverance from rampant overpopulation, mongrelization, and race decay. Runs, culls. The feeble-minded, she rants. The more your humane values held, and the more your medical arts advanced, the more of these genetic nothings were allowed to live, even to breed. 84. 8. The cinematic disaster novel. With incredible speed, the city of Los Angeles virtually disintegrates. The earth tilts and is torn apart, creating crevasses that swallow hundreds of screaming men and women. High buildings crumble into rubble and dust. Elevated freeways collapse, dropping cars and trucks to destruction below. Earthquake. If there is an iron law of disaster in Southern California, it is simply that bad news for the region is usually good news for the industry. Like one of the indestructible parasites of disaster fiction, Hollywood fattens on the spectacle of natural catastrophe and racial turmoil, exploiting the free production values provided by Los Angeles's periodic upheavals. The classic example was the San Fernando earthquake of February 1971, which killed 64 people and damaged 23,000 structures. Its aftershocks were still rattling windows in Universal City when MCA commissioned Mario Puzo, the best-selling author of The Godfather, to craft a screenplay about the city's destruction by the Big One. Détente had already thrown the nuclear doomsday genre into recession, and Universal was looking for a new disaster film to replicate the box office success of Airport. According to George Fox, the writer who was later imported to finish Puzo's script, the San Fernando earthquake had led one of MCA's top executives to a stunning epiphany. It occurred to me that in just about every disaster movie you had a bunch of people getting on a boat or a plane. Airport, Poseidon Adventure, High and the Mighty, damned near all of them. But millions of men and women hardly ever get on boats or planes. What about a picture where the common disaster comes to them, instead of the other way around? Let's get that audience. 85. The audience was got, of course, with the most expensive special effects budget in history. Director Mark Robson conscripted an extraordinary production team that included 2 Academy Award-winning art directors, John Ford's former film editor, and the industry's top model builders, special effects cinematographers, mad artists, and stunt people. After convincingly leveling half the city and killing off thousands of extras, their master touch was the collapse of the Hollywood Reservoir during one of the aftershocks. Audience anxiety was raised by Sensurround, a gimmicky system of hidden speakers whose low-frequency vibrations emulated the rumble of a real earthquake. With unusual tough-mindedness, the screenplay let Charlton Heston and Ava Gardner drown and refused a heroic resolution. The screenplay's final line was, "Distant sirens wail, and National Guard gunfire crackles, as Los Angeles burns on 86. Earthquake." The huge success of the film spurred others to emulate its combination of tense characterizations and a Cecil B. DeMille approach to disaster scenes. Indeed, in the decade following the film's premiere in 1974, more than a dozen novels all aspiring to be made into successor films diligently copied this underlying formula while diversifying the agencies of doom to include comet impacts, tsunamis, landslides, firestorms, blizzards, and even giant alligators. 87 In every case the novel's treatment was fundamentally cinematic, with emphasis on a climactic disaster scene equivalent to the bursting of the Hollywood Reservoir. Unlike the screenplay for Earthquake, however, which downplayed Los Angeles's racial tensions, subsequent disaster fictions openly exploited white anxiety and xenophobia. The 1970s were a period of transition in Los Angeles, as the WASP stronghold became a cosmopolitan metropolis with an emergent non-Anglo majority. Mexican immigrants were displacing Midwesterners as the largest single ethnic group, and the city was bitterly dividing over issues of school busing, tax reform, crime, and police abuse. Whites were bolting from the public school system in growing numbers, and the first gated and walled subdivisions had started to appear. Surfing and beach blanket bingo were giving way to a hyper-violent gang culture. And there was growing apprehension that natural disaster might destroy the increasingly precarious firewall that separated the suburban us from the inner city them. The Manson family's satanic fantasy of helter-skelter and anarchic race war unleashed by a giant earthquake or its equivalent proved an irresistible lure to disaster writers of the 1970s. While Puzo was still struggling with the intricacies of the first draft of Earthquake, Rudolf Wurlitzer had already ejaculated the Borosian, methamphetamine-propelled stream of consciousness known as Quake. An M7.6 earthquake wrecks the Tropicana Motel on Santa Monica Boulevard in the first paragraph, and like an insect colony suddenly exposed to the light, the crazed survivors either fuck or kill each other in the ruins of Hollywood, while organized gangs undertake more systematic action. After escaping a mass execution in a high school football stadium, Wurlitzer's unnamed protagonist is captured by some delirious sadists who drip hot marshmallows into his eyes and place a severed head on his catsup-smeared chest. His last words, "Oh, 88. The first novel inspired by the San Fernando quake that had big-screen ambitions, however, was Alistair MacLean's Goodbye California. In it the king of Cold War macho pulp attempts to conjugate the big one with a far-fetched Yellow Hordes conspiracy. Islamic guerrillas from Mindanao kidnap leading nuclear physicists and force them to build a dozen hydrogen bombs, using plutonium stolen from California nuclear power plants. To demonstrate their malevolence, the terrorists detonate one of the devices under Santa Monica Bay. The resulting tsunami was not a wave in the true sense, just an enormously smooth and unbroken swell, completely silent in its approach, a silence that served only to intensify the impression that here was an alien monster, bent upon a mindless destruction. 89. The breathtaking image of a mile-high tsunami slamming into Santa Monica was simultaneously the piece de resistance of Lucifer's Hammer, a potboiler by Larry Niven and Jerry Pornelli. As horrified Soviet and American astronauts watch from their orbiting space station, the dozen mountain-sized fragments constituting the nucleus of Comet Hammer-Brown devastate the northern hemisphere. A huge impact in the eastern Pacific sends a Himalayan wall of water toward poor old Santa Monica Beach, where some terminally stoked surfers are waiting. On the precipice of the towering curl, one after another loses balance and catapults down the face of the green wall until only Gil is left. Death. Inevitable. If death was inevitable, what was left? Style, only style. The wave's frothing peak was far, far above him, the churning base was much too close. His legs shrieked in the agony of exhaustion. One board left ahead of him, ahead and below. Who? It didn't matter, he saw it dip into chaos, gone. Gil risked a quick look back, nobody there. He was alone on the ultimate wave. 90. Yet even at this supreme existential moment, Gil's attention is diverted by the fantasy of movie rights. Oh, God, if he lived to tell this tale, what a movie it would make. Bigger than the Endless Summer, bigger than the Towering Inferno, a surfing movie with 10 million in special effects. If only his legs would hold. He already had a world record, he must be at least a mile inland, no one had ever ridden a wave for a mile. But the frothing, purling peak was miles overhead and the Barrington Apartments, 30 stories tall, was coming at him like a fly's water. 91. With Los Angeles a drowned Atlantis, the second half of the novel abruptly shifts to the foothills of the Sierra, where the surviving haves regroup to battle invading have-nots. The war of extermination that follows is essentially the same one the Aryan survivors waged against the cannibal ape men in George England's Darkness and Dawn. On one side is Republican Senator Arthur Jellison's stronghold, dominated by local farm owners and refugee capitalists from Beverly Hills. Admission to this fortified country club is restricted to conservative property owners, beautiful women, and a handful of scientists and craftsmen selected for their unique expertise. On the other side is the New Brotherhood, a kind of nomadic Jonestown led by Henry Armitage, a mad preacher who proposes to complete the work of the hammer by leveling every vestige of technology, social rank, or race distinction. His followers include a band of cannibalistic street brothers from South Central, a few organizers for the Farm Workers Union, some fanatical white environmentalists obsessed with destroying California's last remaining nuclear power plant, and all the outcast survivors refused admission to the stronghold. They are united as living angels by their sacramental consumption of human meat. The stronghold's defenders use mustard gas and homemade napalm to annihilate the savage invaders who crawl like snails, leaving trails of red slime to the river to die. The few wounded angels left alive on the battlefield are summarily executed by the novel's hero, a former Hollywood television producer named Harvey Randall, who cheerfully notes that their bodies make good fertilizer. The rest of the captured brotherhood are put to work as slaves on Senator Jellison's plantations, while the San Joaquin nuclear plant, saved from Armitage's Luddite fury, powers the stronghold's rapid expansion. 92. As only British reviewers seem to have noticed, the new America begins to emerge as a white nuclear state that has gassed its enemies and reintroduced slavery. 93 non-whites, with the exception of the stronghold's Thule Indian allies, are all but extinct. Only 10 blacks are left alive in California, and the citizenry of the stronghold rejoice when they find out that China, wiped out by a joint USA-USSR nuclear strike, is being recolonized by European-Russian refugees. Lucifer's Hammer, a bestseller published by Playboy Press, resonates with the exterminationist fury of a 19th-century racial polemic. Although comets, blizzards, firestorms, and even volcanoes expanded the creative range of disaster fiction over these years, the Great Earthquake remained the central image of doomsday Los Angeles. Like the San Fernando quake 22 years before, the January 1994 Northridge earthquake was immediately followed by literary and cinematic aftershocks. Within 2 weeks, the famed sci-fi writer Arthur Clarke had produced a movie treatment, later turned into Richter 10 by his collaborator, Mike McQuay. The novel, which begins by recounting how Louis Crane, the world's greatest seismologist, lost his family in the Northridge quake 30 years before, is an interesting benchmark for the genre's evolution since earthquake. Race war and natural disaster, intricately entangled with one another, are now co-equal themes. Crane, who believes he can use hydrogen bombs to weld tectonic plates together and stop future earthquakes, plays a complicated game of geopolitics with the giant Chinese corporations that now control America and the rest of the world. His brilliant African-American assistant, Dan Newcomb, is gradually sucked into a jihad being waged by the Nation of Islam in the war zone of south-central Los Angeles. Later, a devastating earthquake changes the course of the Mississippi River and gives secessionist blacks an independent foothold on reclaimed river bottoms. Following a series of bloody ghetto rebellions in Los Angeles and elsewhere, hundreds of thousands of blacks emigrate to New Cairo, which becomes an independent nation with Newcomb now called Talib as its Nelson Mandela. Crane, meanwhile, predicts the ultimate Los Angeles Temblor, the Richter 10 of the book's title, for June 3, 2058. The Elysian Park fault will fissure the whole city, dropping entire blocks miles down into the ground, never to be seen again, a conflagration the likes of which hasn't been seen on this planet in millions of years. Crane invites his old friend Talib to join him at Ground Zero, as most of the city's hysterical population flees toward refugee camps in Oregon and Arizona, leaving only the gangs and cult groups behind. The two old comrades walk into the guts of the city, destruction and anarchy reigning all around them. So much had changed in Crane's time on Earth, so much had stayed the same. There were the looters, the rockers, who were now called the Seismos, the Suicides, and the Cosmies dressed in white robes with the third eye emblazoned in red on their chests. 94. Crane and Talib await the money and apocalypse in the rooftop restaurant of a Wilshire skyscraper with a spectacular view of the Los Angeles basin. As the city is shaken apart, they download the contents of their brains into a computer and instantly reincarnate themselves as grandfatherly virtual spirits, watching over the utopian colony that Crane has providentially founded on the dark side of the moon. Helter Skelter unexpectedly gives way to an old-fashioned romantic ending reminiscent of Morgana Royal's triumphant flight to the Brazen City in Corelli's Secret Power. 9 Final Solutions. What a miracle it is to walk streets which only a few weeks ago were filled with non-whites lounging at every street corner and in every doorway, and to see only white faces, clean, happy, enthusiastic white faces, determined and hopeful for the future. No sacrifice is too great to successfully complete our revolution and secure that future for them and for the girls of the 128th Los Angeles Food Brigade. The Turner Diaries. From the late 1970s, the Los Angeles disaster novel was fundamentally reconfigured. The preceding decade's focus on the disaster event in all its cinematic glory was superseded by a renewed interest in the survivor's tale of life among the ruins. 95 But 2 very different kinds of post-catastrophe fiction emerged, what might be called the magical dystopian and the Armageddonist. As we shall see shortly, many of the city's best writers, all of whom fall into the liberal or radical dystopian camp, have exploited catastrophe to fashion alternative Los Angeleses with surreal topographies, genders, and futures. Cataclysm, usually without racial subtitles, allows them to shape fantastic physical and psychic landscapes out of old clichés. In effect, they have become the local franchise of magical realism. The other road to the apocalypse, however, leads back to the racial infernos of Dooner, Hay, Wallace, and Shiel. The key figure here is the wild Aryan warrior slugging it out with evil aliens or mutants in the urban wasteland. The seminal text for contemporary Armageddonists is unquestionably Philip Francis Nowlan's Buck Rogers saga, composed of 2 novellas, Armageddon 2419 A.D. and The Air Lords of Han, serialized in Amazing Stories in 1928 and 1929.96. Although not specifically about Los Angeles, the extraordinarily popular Nowlan stories have influenced all subsequent survivalist fiction cast in the Aryan versus Alien mode. Nowlan begins where Dooner ended, with a Mongolian blight in control of the former United States. Buck Rogers is a latter-day Rip Van Winkle who has been asleep for 500 years in an abandoned Pennsylvania coal mine, kept alive by radioactive gas. He awakens to discover that white Americans have been reduced to a handful of wild tribes living in the forests and wastelands outside the 15 skyscraper cities of their Manchurian conquerors, the Han Airlords. The technologically superior Hans had used disintegrator rays to conquer the world early in the 22nd century. For generations the scattered American gangs have been waging feudal guerrilla warfare against the invincible Hans. Doughboy hero Rogers, however, unites them into a powerful army wielding a secret weapon, a synthetic element called inertron that is dense in molecular structure but has no weight, heat, or kinetic energy. Under Rogers's leadership, they eventually besiege and destroy the great Han cities New York, Sikaga, Luz, etc. in terrible hand-to-hand combat. Although when briefly captured Rogers is treated as an honored guest by the decadently civilized Airlords, the ferocious American tribesmen show no mercy to any Han unlucky enough to fall into their hands. Every single Manchurian is eventually hunted down and butchered in a joyous reclamation of America. Hans who reached the ground alive were never taken prisoner. Not even the splendid discipline of the Americans could curb the wild hate developed through centuries of oppression, and the Hans were mercilessly slaughtered when they did not save us the trouble by committing suicide. Thrust. Cut. Crunch. Slice. Thrust. Up and down with vicious, tireless, flashing speed swung the bayonets and axe-blade butts of the American gunners. 97. 4 aspects of the Buck Rogers story, read today, are particularly striking. First is the ironic inversion of the Horde's plot. The alien Han are now urban and sophisticated, while the Americans have reverted to the primitive values, a warrior ethos, leadership by heroes, communal property, and so on, supposedly characteristic of their Germanic ancestors. Second, the Americans are organized into local tribes or fighting gangs that eerily prefigure the militia movement of the 1990s. Third, the city is now the physical and cultural incarnation of the aliens and their values, and so its destruction has become a sacred obligation. Fourth, the Aryans struggle not just for supremacy but for racial purification. Victory means the biological eradication of the aliens, including children. In 1978 the American Nazi Andrew MacDonald recycled Buck Rogers's War Against the Huns, element by element, as a nauseating fantasy about the ethnic cleansing of Los Angeles by revolutionary white supremacists. The Turner Diaries has become justly infamous as the Bible of Timothy McVeigh and other neo-Nazi terrorists. It is far less appreciated, however, that the central drama of the diaries is a pornographically detailed description of the Los Angeles Holocaust. It is intended to be an instruction manual. After a federal crackdown on gun owners, the organization and its internal order of Aryan warriors launch a guerrilla war to rid the earth of Jews and non-whites. The FBI building in Washington, D.C., is blown up, as is the federal office complex in Houston. A grenade attack kills half the Los Angeles City Council, and hundreds of Jewish and black leaders are assassinated. Taking advantage of the national chaos created by these bombings and the ensuing race riots, about 1,000 order fighters, coordinated by a secret field command post in the San Fernando Valley, attack Los Angeles, the corrupt citadel of alien races and white race traitors, on the 4th of July 1993. Concentrating on the city's vulnerable infrastructure, they cripple LAX, blow up freeway overpasses, set the harbor ablaze, and cut the aqueduct. White liberals are shot on the spot, as are blacks caught outside a half-dozen holding areas. White supremacists are inflamed by the discovery of grisly evidence that blacks have reverted to cannibalism. A Pentagon counterattack is blunted by mutinous white troops, and the guerrillas use captured tanks to crush last-ditch LAPD resistance at Parker Center downtown. A week later, all of Southern California has fallen under the control of the organization, becoming the core of the emergent Aryan nation. 99. The Day of the Rope. The first act of the new regime is the brutal expulsion of 7 million blacks and Latinos from the Los Angeles region. This exodus is designed to destabilize the Southwest and undermine any residual support for the system among whites. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of Jews and people of mixed ethnicity are marched into the mountains north of Los Angeles, where they are slaughtered with machine guns and hand grenades. Finally, on 1 August, the terrible Day of the Rope, the organization turns to the white race traitors. 60,000 are hung from tens of thousands of lamp posts, power poles, and trees. Even the street lights at intersections have been pressed into service, and at practically every street corner I passed this evening on my way to HQ there was a dangling corpse, 4 at every intersection. Hanging from a single overpass only about a mile from here is a group of about 30, each with an identical placard around its neck bearing the printed legend, "I betrayed my race." 2 or 3 of that group had been decked out in academic robes before they were strung up, and the whole batch are apparently faculty members from the nearby UCLA campus. 100. After the purification of Southern California, the organization nukes the contaminated cities of Miami, Toronto, and New York, killing at least 60 million people. Later, after all non-whites have been exterminated in North America, Aryan revolutions in Britain and Germany complete the construction of a European Fourth Reich. The blood flowed ankle-deep in the streets of many of Europe's great cities, as the race traitors, the offspring of generations of dysgenic breeding, and hordes of Gastarbeiter met a common fate. 101. Mimicking the ancient plots of W. Delisle Hayes 300 years hence, M.P. Shields' Yellow Danger, and Jack London's Unparalleled Invasion, the organization then resorts to a combination of chemical, biological and radiological means, on an enormous scale, to deal with the problem. Over a period of 4 years, some 16 million square miles of the Earth's surface, from the Ural Mountains to the Pacific and from the Arctic Ocean to the Indian Ocean, were effectively sterilized. With non-whites extinct, the great dawn of the new era broke over the Western world. 102. After reading the Turner Diaries, it is impossible to have a benign attitude toward the survivalist novels, all isomorphs of Nowlan's original mice and scene that proliferate like noxious weeds after 1978. Clute and Nichols, editors of the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction, denounce this ultraviolent, male action genre as the nightmare at the bottom of the barrel of SF. Sadistic, sexist, racist, pornographic, gloating and void, survivalist fiction is an obscene parody, a grotesquely decayed form of Heinleian relish at the defeat of civilian values when the real world bares its teeth. 103. The Sons of Buck Rogers. The post-Vietnam right-wing backlash provided the impetus for most of the serial survivalist novels, published as paperback originals and comprising up to 100 installments. In various episodes of Ryder Stacy's Doomsday Warrior, Jerry Ahern's The Survivalist, William Johnson's Ashes, and David Robbins's Blade, the Sons of Buck Rogers battle Russian invaders in the half-sunken, irradiated ruins of Los Angeles. Jason Frost's Warlord meanwhile uses his deadly crossbow against Zulu KGB agents, Vietnamese assassins, and a Soviet submarine crew under the toxic dome of the Long Beach Halo, which isolates post-apocalyptic Southern California from the rest of the world. The commies are replaced by their equally detestable surrogates, ecologists and vegetarians, in a vicious 1982 installment of Robert Adams's Horse Clans saga. By the mid-1980s, however, demonized caricatures of Los Angeles's non-white majority a la Turner had begun to supplant the Red Menace as survivalist fiction's significant other. Ridley Scott's 1982 film Blade Runner had already popularized the image of 21st-century Los Angeles as a sinister entrepot of alien cultures and races. Thus, in Stephen Barnes's Street Lethal, the Great Quake and Firestorm had shifted remaining white affluence to Santa Monica while the ruined slums of central Los Angeles became the maze. Here, under the thumb of the evil Ortega cartel, the degenerate population is addicted to the hallucinogenic moth grubs that have replaced nickel rocks of crack cocaine. Many are infected with the horrible Typhor syndrome, a nightmare successor to AIDS that turns its victims into repulsive spiders. A huge black woman with most of her upper teeth rotted away pressed her face against the window. The glistening wet rings of advanced Typhor left circular slicks when she pulled away. She noticed Promise's shiver of disgust and laughed, a hollow sound as the spiders continued on their way. 104. Nicholas Cane's repulsive Little Saigon series dispenses with the artifice of a ruined future. Instead, like Peter Kine in Pride of Palomar, Cane crudely depicts the racial catastrophe here and now. Nam Vet Lu Cable and his Metro Asian Gang Task Force shoot it out with a Viet Cong of 2,500 Asian gangbangers on the mean streets of Orange County's Vietnamese enclave. When Abel is not seething against ACLU maggots and sleazeballs who are trying to spoil his private Vietnam War, he is ordering his men to fill that gangbanger Chevy with hot lead, or advising local women that every discriminating girl in Little Saigon knows the Guaylo cops working the Bolsa beat got peckers long and thick as Bangkok gourds. When a despondent scion of an old Orange County family commits suicide, Abel finds the following note: "Can't take it anymore. Gooks everywhere, fucking up the entire country. Gooks and spics and niggers." 105. The perception of a Southern California overrun by gooks is not confined to hardcore survivalist writers in combat fatigues and Doc Martens. Whitley Strieber and James Kunitka's 1986 novel Nature's End, like Niven and Purnell's Lucifer's Hammer, voices the same preoccupations in the guise of quality fiction. The huge population of the L.A. Metroplex Indochinese, Vietnamese, Mexican, African is not unlike that of Calcutta in the way it acts and looks. Helpless middle-class whites are caught between the anvil of natural disaster and the hammer of urban violence. 106. Asians as killer robots are also a strident cliché in James Cameron's 1995 screenplay for Strange Days, Catherine Bigelow's film about the helter-skelterish last day of the 20th century in Los Angeles. Vita Min is a slit-eyed stone fox, very tough, while her boyfriend, Tran, the leader of a homicidal Vietnamese street gang, is simply feral. His parents squatted in rice paddies and got napalmed. He went to high school in Huntington Beach and watched MTV. He has no discernible value system except personal survival. 107 But, for all this, Strange Days is restrained compared to John Carpenter's delirious escape from L.A., which manages to sample every mean image and racist undertone of survivalist fiction in the service of an ostensibly liberal plot about Los Angeles as the reverse Ellis Island of a Christian fascist America. The result is a cinematic nervous breakdown. The ultimate Armageddonist fiction and final solution to the Gook problem, however, comes from the eschatological pen of Christian Coalition founder Pat Robertson. In his 1995 novel, The End of the Age, God himself decides to flush Los Angeles down the toilet with a giant meteor and a mile-high tsunami shamelessly purloined from Lucifer's hammer. The sole survivors are some Orange County conservatives who have providentially evacuated to Colorado and a family of Chicano fundamentalists hiding in trenches on the top of Mount Wilson. Divine genocide against Southern California neatly disposes of a disagreeable population and allows Robertson to clear the decks for the real action, righteous Texas Protestants battling Satan and his minions. Ultimately, one of Robertson's square-jawed Christian heroes, former Defense Secretary Al Augustus, gets to diss Beelzebub in person. "Listen to me, you snake-headed freak," he shouted. "You've been a loser from the very beginning. Jesus Christ is the winner, and I'm on his team. And just for the record, I have 18 Poseidon missiles aimed at the heart of Babylon at this minute." 108. 10 Alien Affinities. The city burning down, armies of looters and killers roaming the streets, still the touristas. Hell, the riot was a better draw than the Universal Studios tour and Rat Town combined. Slag like me. The overtly fascist apocalyptics of survivalist fiction were complemented throughout the 1980s by a growing obsession with a clandestine and eroticized extraterrestrial presence. Hollywood likewise was experimenting with the concept of shipwrecked aliens as Los Angeles's next ethnic minority. In the Shadowlands of White Anxiety, the distinction between the images of space alien and illegal alien was subjected to repeated elision. Immigration and invasion, in a paranoid register, became synonyms. Although hordes had been a fundamental element in the social imaginary of Southern California, extraterrestrials were relatively rare before the 1980s. The region may have been the Cold War heartland of UFO subculture, but monstrous aliens usually took their vacations elsewhere, preferably in Tokyo or New York. Apart from the impressive Martian armada in the 1953 film version of War of the Worlds, most of Los Angeles's space invaders were low-budget campers like the aliens who raised Dracula and Vampiro from the dead in Ed Wood's gloriously awful Plan 9 from Outer Space, the immense mutant mollusks from the Salton Sea in The Monster That Challenged the World, or the invisible Martians who terrorized Hollywood starlets in The Day Mars Invaded Earth. Even Karkin, the giant invader from planet Ionis who wiped out San Diego in a 1957 novel, bypassed the fleshpots of Los Angeles in order to follow the desert power lines to Boulder Dam and a final high-voltage meal. 109. In the 1980s, however, the secret alien invasion, in the classic mold of Invasion of the Body Snatchers and the Invaders, suddenly became the theme of more than a score of Los Angeles-based novels, films, and television thrillers. Thus extraterrestrials hijacked bodies, conducted trophy hunts among the homeless, jumped out of black holes, and infiltrated the local power structure. They were aided in their depredations, moreover, by zombies, warlocks, clones, androids, 35-foot-long alligators, and the devil. In their most disturbing incarnation, aliens appeared as exterminating angels of the apocalypse, ordering a born-again Christian mother to redeem her earlier sexual promiscuity by slaying her own child. With their insistence that aliens are already among us, these tales echoed highly publicized claims that real extraterrestrials were on a sexual crime spree in the Los Angeles suburbs. The Tujunga Canyon Contacts, a lurid tale of alien seductions and kidnappings, established the San Fernando Valley as the unchallenged capital of otherworldly lust. 110 Likewise, the 1983 film The Entity, based on a true incident, recounted how a Los Angeles widow supposedly had been raped and terrorized by an invisible demon. Other survivors mesmerized local television audiences with claims that bug-eyed molesters in flying saucers had already commenced the genetic colonization of Los Angeles. By 1990, a thriving regional network of support groups provided counseling to hundreds of self-proclaimed victims of alien or supernatural sexual predation. Such classic sexual hysteria with aliens playing the role that in Freud's time had usually been attributed to fathers and doctors is typically the iceberg tip of more widespread social anxieties. In this case, the post-1980 boom in imagined aliens coincided with the increasing visibility of immigrants from Mexico, Central America, and East Asia in the daily life of the Los Angeles region. Like the Aryan survivalist novel, the fantasy of alien impregnation played off white fear and disorientation in the face of irreversible demographic change. Indeed, this underlying equation between alien invaders and illegal immigrants became the manifest theme of the popular film and short-lived television series Alien Nation. The original screenplay was written by Rockne O'Banion, while more than a dozen veteran fantasy and sci-fi writers contributed to the television episodes and their novelizations. The Tentones, or newcomers as they are called in official jargon, arrive one day over the Mojave Desert in a 6-mile-long, interstellar version of an 18th-century slave ship. The ship's cargo is a portable proletariat of 260,000 humanoids genetically engineered for hard labor on dismal space colonies. Like the Africans on board the Amistad, they have rebelled against their slave masters. After an initial quarantine in camps, they are resettled in a downtown Los Angeles neighborhood that closely resembles the Central American MacArthur Park district. Ideally suited for work in toxic industries like oil refining and smelting, they are immediately socialized to the poverty, alienation, and addiction of the urban underclass. A handful are allowed to become aspirant professionals or ambitious ethnic entrepreneurs. In successive paperback and television installments, the Tentones become magnets for every familiar cliché about ghetto life. L.A.'s latest immigrants. A typical dive in Slagtown, for example, uncannily evokes the hostile ambience of Florian's Dine and Dice Emporium on Central Avenue in the famous opening scene of Raymond Chandler's Farewell My Lovely, except that all the customers are now as big as Moose Malloy. Few humans ventured beyond the outskirts of Slagtown at all save for government workers, and even the police preferred to avoid this end of the alien ghetto. Only the X-Bar seemed at home, a brightly hued carrion feeder set down among the dark storefronts and boarded-up apartment buildings. The menial laborers lounging in front of the bar looked like rejects from the Raiders' offensive line, big and battered. They glared with undisguised antagonism at the two detectives. 111. Alien Nation, however, did more than simply recycle racial clichés. Some episodes displayed a paternalistic multiculturalism leavened by occasional bursts of more radical rhetoric. Thus, in one installment, Mickey Cass, a Los Angeles Times journalist emulating John Howard Griffith's famous impersonation in Black Like Me, goes undercover as a newcomer in Slagtown. His shocking exposés of routine prejudice and police brutality eventually lead to his grisly torture murder in a vat of hydrochloric acid. Meanwhile, all of Los Angeles's warring ethnic gangs have united to torment the vulnerable newcomers. When Danny Mikuba, the charismatic leader of the Tentones Nightshade Gang, begins to drive the predatory Fen out of the neighborhood, he is beaten to death by the LAPD. This Rodney King-like atrocity sparks a week-long street uprising comparable to the 1992 riots. 112. The real theme of Slag Like Me, however, is miscegenation. Sexual hysteria about alien impregnation is tackled headlong. All the major figures in the novelization are involved in interracial or interspecies relationships. Although the fundamental inequalities of the city are portrayed as virtually unreformable, there is real hope for more personal tolerance, with intermarriage regarded as a positive goal. This melting pot view of alien-human relations, even if compromised by the failure to imagine constructive social change, is worlds apart from the genocidal preoccupations of most survivalist fiction. Some liberal writers have even tried to infiltrate the alien versus Aryan story, the most reactionary of disaster genres. Although the parallel novel and television series V, for example, followed the standard Buck Rogers plot of alien invaders and American resistors. It assumed no Manichaean division between good and evil. Both sides share the burdens of ordinary morality. While individual members of the reptilian horde defect to the human side out of genuine conscience, some Earthlings are only too happy to become Quislings for the diabolic Commander Diana. In Prisoners and Pawns, the Los Angeles segment of V, there is even a sympathetic account of how alien and repulsive humans first appear from the standpoint of the frightened Saurians. 113. No one, however, has been more outrageous in his persistent attempts to dress liberal or radical messages in right-wing clothing than director John Carpenter. His 1989 film, They Live, is probably the ultimate example of political transavistism. It opens with a rainbow army of unemployed camped out in wastelands under the shadow of downtown Los Angeles's towering skyscrapers. The middle class, thanks to Ronald Reagan and his successors, has become extinct, and as in Caesar's column, society is now strictly divided between millionaires and tramps. Special eyeglasses, however, reveal that the yuppies in Porsches are really invading space aliens. This is the pretext for a gruesome guerrilla uprising that eventually extirpates the Armani aliens, perhaps the first example of liberal genocide. 11 Magical Destruct Ions. Palm trees rise through the crown of the Brown Derby, pumas prowl the corner of Hollywood and Vine, waiting for unwary tourists. Hyenas and jackasses have left their footprints in the silt outside Mann's Chinese Theater. Hello America. The dystopian city disassembled by disaster and rebuilt by imagination is our final genre. Los Angeles new wave fiction emerged in the 1980s, bearing the imprint of such diverse influences as J.G. Ballard, Toni Morrison, William S. Burroughs, Marge Piercy, and Ursula L. Le Guin, but its roots go back to the first and greatest of the many survivors' tales situated in Southern California, Aldous Huxley's Ape and Essence. Conceived, according to a biographer, at the end of a long, dark corridor in Huxley's life, marked by his growing nausea with Hollywood, a violent studio strike, the assassination of his hero Gandhi, and the inception of the nuclear dark age, this short novel rages with Swiftian spleen. Huxley caricatures himself as a once idealistic, now jaded screenwriter who becomes obsessed with a rejected script that falls off the back of a studio trash truck. The mysterious screenplay opens in February 2108, several generations after World War III has scourged and poisoned the Northern Hemisphere. Scientists from the New Zealand Rediscovery Expedition to North America make landfall at a desolate beach formerly known as Santa Monica. Los Angeles 114 is a sprawling concrete ruin scoured by desert winds and shifting sand dunes. The few thousand survivors of all-out atomic and bacteriological Armageddon face slow but inevitable extinction from genetic damage and the consequent birth defects. Rather logically, they have accepted that history is fundamentally evil and now worship Belial, the Lord of the Flies. One of the New Zealanders, a shy but handsome botanist named Poole, is captured and brought to the Hollywood Cemetery, where survivors are preoccupied with looting graves for jewels and clothes. Eventually he is granted an audience with His Eminence, the Archvicar of Belial, Lord of the Earth, Primate of California, servant of the proletariat and Bishop of Hollywood, who reigns in Pershing Square, still the hub and center of the city's cultural life. 115. Women draw water from a well in front of the Philharmonic Auditorium, while small boys stagger under heavy loads of fuel books from the old library. A butcher, standing in a cloud of flies, is merrily slaughtering an ox strung between two rusty lamp posts. 116. The Biltmore Hotel's coffee shops and bars have become busy workshops where women weave on primitive looms while men craft human bones into drinking cups and flutes. Pitiful mothers with monster babies wait in the main lobby. On Belial Day, the babies will be sacrificed in the Colosseum as prologue to the annual 2-week-long public mating season. For the rest of the year, women wear no S sewn across their breasts and thighs. As the Bishop of Hollywood explains to the good Anglican Poole, none of this is deliberate cruelty, only the desperate eugenics of a biologically doomed society. Impressed by Poole's botanical expertise and, especially, by his knowledge of irrigation, the bishop offers him the supreme honor of castration and admission to the ruling priesthood. Poole, of course, abdicates his larger social responsibilities and instead absconds with a beautiful girl, one of the small minority whose hormones still operate 365 days a year. On a clear moonlit night they leave behind the cozy bourgeois ruins of Los Angeles and begin the long trek over the rugged San Gabriel Mountains, stopping only to peel a hard-boiled egg over the grave of William Tallis, the mysterious author of Ape and Essence. They are the first of many to escape from Los Angeles. If, as biographer David King Dunaway claims, Ape and Essence represents a vanguard critique of post-war optimism, expressed through Huxley's savage attack on the land he had adopted, Southern California, then the Los Angeles fiction of the 1980s may bear a similar relationship to the optimism of the 1960s and 1970s. 117 What truly unifies the diverse novels and short stories of the 1980s into a single subgenre of post-catastrophe Los Angeles fiction, however, is not so much their dystopian dispositions as the way they use the dream-to-nightmare metastasis to evoke fantastic geographies. Like Ape and Essence, these fictions favor hyperbolic landscapes and detailed mappings of new ecologies to old locations. To borrow a term from science, New Wave Los Angeles fiction is fundamentally ergodic. It substitutes space for time, phantasmagoric topographies for linear narrative. J.G. Ballard, of course, is the unchallenged master of such literally surreal topographies, the foremost travel writer in the land of the apocalyptic. His preference for the urban disaster mode, as critic Colin Greenland has emphasized, arises from the wish shared by the surrealists to destroy the manifest form of the external world and release the deep desires latent in it. Whatever the exact nature of catastrophe, it has disrupted the continuity of history and left a world of arbitrary fragments from which the survivors must piece together their own realities. 118 One of Ballard's favorite tricks is to transpose alien climates, vegetations, and zoologies to familiar urban landscapes. A spectacular instance is his 1981 novel, Hello America, which borrows Huxley's pretense of a voyage of rediscovery to depict the United States a century after environmental cataclysm beginning in the 1990s has transformed the land. Desertified New York, with sand dunes creeping up the necks of its skyscrapers, is contrasted with tropicalized Los Angeles, with tapestries of Spanish moss 1,000 yards long hanging from the concrete skeletons of its ancient freeways. The Los Angeles River, along with its Hollywood and Bel Air tributaries, has become a jungle torrent through a vast rainforest that has swallowed 1 million tract houses. Spider monkeys have taken over the Hollywood Bowl, while alligators sun themselves next to Beverly Hills swimming pools. Like a second Chichen Itza, the shadowy forms of abandoned shopping centers and movie studios can be glimpsed through openings in the forest canopy. Agents of President Charles Manson excavate the old Lockheed plant in Burbank in a frenzied scavenger hunt for nuclear weapons that the raving Mad Manson eventually launches against his own capital in Las Vegas. 119. A graceful and elegiac narrative, occasionally interrupted by bolts of surrealist lightning, Kim Stanley Robinson's 1984 debut novel, The Wild Shore, is shrewdly frugal in its deployment of such Ballardian imagery. This diary of 17-year-old Henry, with its affecting account of pioneer families struggling against nature in rustic San Onofre Valley, reads like a classic coming-of-age tale. The difference, of course, is that San Onofre, once the site of Nixon's Western White House, is now a human refugium between the ruins of suburban Orange County, with its Bedouin-like scavenger bands, and the radioactive hills of Camp Pendleton. A surprise nuclear war half a century earlier has shattered California into innumerable survivalist shards, analogous to pre-mission Indian cultures. Old-timers recite trembling tales of a long-lost magic kingdom in Anaheim. Japanese patrol boats, meanwhile, enforce a mysterious UN embargo on contact with the outside world. 120. If Robinson offers an intricate exploration of a single locality, Tim Powers provides a hallucinatory road map to the entire Southern California region a century after its destruction. Dinner at Deviant's Palace is Chaucerian in its colorful delineation of a medievalized Ely, under siege from a San Bernardino army and separated from the white-walled holy city of Irvine by the poisoned desert of the Englewood Desolate. Powers's futuristic geography is also richly Lorik in the Celtic sense. Formerly anomic freeway suburbs are now magical ruins invested with legends and place spirits. The darkest spot in this re-enchanted landscape is a terrible nightclub of the damned Deviant's Palace in the savage carnival town of Venice. It is described by Powers as picaresque minstrel Rivas. The place was supposed to be more a nightclub than anything else, and Rivas remembered one young lady who, after he'd impatiently broken off their romance even more quickly than he'd instigated it, had tearfully told him that she was going to get a waitress job at Deviant's Palace. He had never permitted himself to believe that she might really have done it, in spite of the evening when a walrus-like thing that a gang of fishermen had netted and dragged to shore and were butchering by torchlight rolled its eyes at him and with its expiring breath pronounced the pet name she'd always called him. 121. This unsettling conjugation of eerie geography with unspeakable acts, the marvelous with the monstrous, has a proper technical name, the uncanny, and its leading practitioner in recent Los Angeles fiction is Steve Erickson. In his acclaimed 1986 novel, Rubicon Beach, the narrator Cale repeatedly witnesses a darkly beautiful woman, her mouth the color of blood, beheading a kneeling man along one of Los Angeles's innumerable canals. Later Cale will discover that the victim is probably himself and that his corpse is cropping up all over town. This enigma is hardly addressed before Cale fades away and Erickson introduces Catherine, Cale's likely executioner and the second of three protagonists who may be alternative embodiments of the same complex character. 122. A hallucinatory road map. Each of Erickson's poetic but opaque novels takes off from a familiar Ballardian premise. Days Between Stations portrays Los Angeles, like New York in Hello America, besieged by the desert sands that will inevitably bury it, while in Rubicon Beach, Los Angeles has, like London in Ballard's The Drowned World, been partially engulfed by the sea. In Leap Year, on the other hand, Erickson returns to the canonical image of Los Angeles after the quake, when residents will live a quasi-prehistoric existence, traveling by foot on undrivable roads, bartering goods, fleeing the fires that roar from the earth and then returning to hover around them on cold unsheltered nights. 123. But Erickson is Ballard supercharged and fractalized. His landscapes and characters, nestled within one another like Russian dolls, churn in constant metamorphosis. As in a Bosch painting, there is a troubling excess of meaning. Torrents of surreal metaphor form dense eddies around each character until sudden, sometimes inexplicable, ontological leaps carry the story forward into a new dreamscape. Erickson's ruined cities, moreover, are not merely enchanted, they are supernatural life forms with occult powers of their own. The city as alien has become a living monstrosity. The drowned corpse of Los Angeles in Rubicon Beach, for example, has learned to sing. It came out of the buildings, a distinct and different melody out of each one. Cale listens to the gurgling and howling of the storefronts in Chinatown, while elsewhere dead office towers are shrieking and abandoned restaurants are hissing. Sleepless and disoriented, he can only find relief near the Los Angeles River, the flat roar of which was a lull after days of screaming cities. In this confusion between sound and place, in this Los Angeles where music is the topographical map, radios have become subversive compasses of anarchy. As the unfortunate Cale soon discovers, however, it is also a capital offense to own 1.124. Veteran sci-fi writer Robert Silverberg's meat and potatoes prose could not be less like Erickson's highly styled, nonlinear fabulations. Yet his 1995 novella, Hot Times in Magma City, may trump the genre for the sheer originality of its imagined geography. An M7.6 earthquake on the previously unsuspected Yucaipa Fault unroofs a large magma dome underneath Pomona. Strange hissing is soon followed by blasts of noxious gas and showers of red-hot rock. A large blister in the freeway suddenly becomes a baby volcano 40 feet high, and Mount Pomona is born. Unable to stop the lava flows erupting in backyards and many malls across the eastern San Gabriel Valley, desperate authorities at Volcano Central beg help from Iceland, Frosty-eyed men with names like Svainstengrimsson and Steingrimsviensen who look upon fighting volcanoes as some kind of Olympic sport. 125. Silverberg's story focuses on a day in the life of one of the crews that the Icelanders have trained. At first sight, Cal Madison's motley gang of halfway house inmates, miscellaneous boozers, druggies, crank gobblers, and other sad substance-muddled fuckonics are most unlikely heroes. But when these casualties of the drug wars climb inside their Melner suits, they are transformed into elite lava fighters, willing to face 2,000-degree lava outbreaks at close hand. Working in clouds of scalding steam, they use their water hoses like sculptors to cool and form basalt dams at the head of the flow. Their small victories, however, are inevitably compromised by new eruptions. Crew Chief Madison, a former studio carpenter with a boozing Jones, occasionally wonders what the future will be like as the whole eastern half of the Los Angeles basin is littered with new little mountains in the middle of what used to be busy neighborhoods. Upon reflection, however, Madison decides that somebody else will have to figure out how to repair Los Angeles. His responsibility is to keep the crew in action, one day at a time, while relishing lifetime employment in a job he loves. He could not be more grateful for the way things have worked out, as if God has sent the volcanoes to Los Angeles as a personal gift to him, part of the recovery program of Calvin Thomas Madison, Jr. 126. In the end, Silverberg's simple story is a clever variant of the old plot in which alien or natural menace unifies a warring and divided humanity. Mount Pomona, now 2,000 feet high and still growing, has become the perfect moral equivalent of war, the Keynesian re-employment surrogate for the scores of closed-down defense plants. Although fighting the lava may be Sisyphean labor, the camaraderie of battle restores social dignity to Los Angeles's lost souls. The angel of disaster has paradoxically become their friend. 12. Wrath of God. Who needs a reason to destroy L.A.? Pauline Kael, The Current Cinema, Decadence. Another boiling hot day, August 8, 1996. More than 100 nervous cops, including local police, sheriff's deputies, FBI, and ATF agents, surround Muhammad Mosque No. 27 in the black-majority city of Inglewood, just east of Lex. The building has been the object of a bitter court battle between the Nation of Islam and the legal owner. After a tense confrontation, which has included much pushing and shoving as well as the macing of a leading Fruit of Islam official, the police finally managed to evict the Muslims. A week later in Chicago, a spokesperson for the Nation of Islam's angry leader pronounces the curse of Allah upon Southern California. The Honorable Louis Farrakhan told me to announce to the media that not 30 days will pass before an earthquake will strike the state. The wrath of God will show itself in a major earthquake for this attempt to uproot upstanding citizens from their community. California has been the site of many wicked incidents and this earthquake will destroy this part of the state. 127. By recruiting God to his personal jihad, Minister Farrakhan joins the Armageddonist army of Reverends Schuller and Robertson. He also holds hands with Newt Gingrich's friend, Republican Congresswoman Andrea C. Strand from Santa Barbara, who believes just as fervently as Farrakhan that Southern California deserves the same fate as Sodom and Gomorrah. Pointing out that we probably have the most adulterers living here in California, child pornographers and molesters, and divorce, family breakups, all of that evil, C. Strand cites the 2nd Chronicles as biblical authority for collective punishment. California has been given so many signs, she said in 1996, floods, drought, fires, earthquakes lifting mountains 2 feet high in Northridge. Yet people turn from his ways. 128. The fire next time. But who, exactly, will be punished? Farrakhan's blanket condemnation of Southern California fails to consider which communities are most likely to suffer the appalling consequences of a giant earthquake. In fact, nature will discriminate along the geological contours of local housing segregation. The blue-collar flatlands of the Los Angeles basin, home to a Latino, Asian, and Black majority, will almost certainly sustain the greatest damage. Indeed, the African American community sits astride the lethal Newport-Inglewood Fault, whose last slippage in 1933 devastated downtown Long Beach and Compton. Congresswoman C. Strand, safe in her Montecito mansion, might not care if the Crenshaw district is swallowed whole by the earth, but it would certainly grieve the local Nation of Islam. Of course, the minister's careless threat may simply be an expression of a generally eccentric personality. Farrakhan devoutly believes that Mars is inhabited by skinny, 7-foot-tall black people and claims that he was personally beamed aboard a mothership UFO in 1975 for a reunion with the spirit of Elijah Muhammad. In this respect, of course, he is as quintessentially American as apple pie or Joseph Smith or Mary Baker Eddy. But crank or not, his declarations carry significant weight, and the casualness with which the self-proclaimed champion of the oppressed writes off Los Angeles, the largest non-white majority city in the nation, is disturbing. Perhaps it also fits into a larger pattern. Historians of British culture have had little difficulty arguing a connection between the popularity of the Death of London novel in the 1885 to 1950 epoch and national anxieties about the decline of empire. It is tempting to assert an analogous relationship between the literary destruction of Los Angeles and the nervous breakdown of American exceptionalism. The dazzling growth of suburban Southern California was, after all, the incontestable symbol of national prosperity in the decades between Lend-Lease and Watergate. A well-paid job in an aerospace plant and a ranch-style home in a sunny subdivision, only minutes away from the beaches and Disneyland, was the lifestyle against which other Americans measured the modernity of their towns and regions. Millions of Americans, especially the young, envied those lucky enough to live in the land of endless summer. Now the tables have turned, and metropolitan Los Angeles, with its estimated 500 gated subdivisions, 2,000 street gangs, 4,000 mini-malls, 20,000 sweatshops, and 100,000 homeless residents, is a dystopian symbol of Dickensian inequalities and intractable racial contradictions. The deepest anxieties of a post-liberal era, above all, the collapse of American belief in a utopian national destiny, are translated into a demonic image of a region where the future has already turned rancid. California Here I Come has been replaced by bumper stickers vowing not yet L.A. and Californians go home. If Los Angeles's fictional disasters, then, in some sense track national discontents as well as local histories, they also mobilize deep-rooted cultural predispositions. It is probably no accident that the first American bestseller, way back in 1662, was Michael Wigglesworth's poem The Day of Doom. Literary historians have long asserted the constitutive role of the apocalyptic temper in the American imagination. Perhaps this temper is now focused on the city, whose environmental and social crises form a giant lightning rod for disaster. Similarly, in its post-war migration from countryside to suburb, millenarian Christianity has preserved its fierce allegiance to the image of Satan's metropolis engulfed in righteous flames. 129 Although New York City was originally the seat of the Antichrist, his capital has moved to Los Angeles, where contemporary fundamentalists expect the world will begin to unravel during the approaching countdown to the millennium. As we have seen, the Hollywood film industry happily agrees. But if some of the deep structures of our culture are ganging up on Los Angeles, making it the scapegoat for the collapse of the American century, race remains the crucial category. From Dooners white populists to Buck Rogers, from Homer Lee to Pat Robertson, Armageddon has been imagined as a war of extermination between the white and colored worlds. Gangster rap is routinely condemned on every major editorial page in the nation, but novels like Niven and Pournelle's Lucifer's Hammer, with its smug genocide of Latinos and blacks, pass unremarked in the literary mainstream. Indeed, what statistic is more depressing than the 28 million copies sold since 1970 of Hal Lindsey's raving fundamentalist Apocalypse, the late, great planet Earth, with its casual incineration of Los Angeles and an entire chapter devoted to the extermination of the Yellow Peril, 130. As we have seen, disaster fiction encompasses diverse subgenres with strikingly different literary and political itineraries. Cult catastrophe and new wave dystopias, in particular, have been powerful imaginative strategies, frequently yielding writing of an exceptional standard. but there should be no doubt that the ritual sacrifice of Los Angeles, as rehearsed incessantly in pulp fiction and film, is part of a malign syndrome, whose celebrants include the darkest forces in American history. 7. Beyond Blade Runner. Every American city boasts an official insignia and slogan. Some have municipal mascots, colors, songs, birds, trees, even rocks. But Los Angeles alone has adopted an official nightmare. In 1988, after 3 years of debate, a galaxy of corporate and civic celebrities submitted to Mayor Bradley a detailed strategic plan for Southern California's future. Although most of LA 2000, A City for the Future, is devoted to hyperbolic rhetoric about Los Angeles's irresistible rise as a world crossroads comparable to Imperial Rome or LaGuardian New York, a section in the epilogue, written by historian Kevin Starr, considered what might happen if the city failed to create a new dominant establishment to manage its extraordinary ethnic diversity. There is, of course, the Blade Runner scenario, the fusion of individual cultures into a demotic polyglottism ominous with unresolved hostilities. 1. Blade Runner Los Angeles's dystopic alter ego. Take the Gray Line tour in 2019. The mile-high Neo-Mayan pyramid of the Tyrell Corporation drips acid rain on the mongrel masses in the teeming Ginza far below. Enormous neon images float like clouds above fetid, hyper-violent streets, while a voice intones advertisements for extraterrestrial suburban living in off-world. Deckard, a post-apocalypse Philip Marlowe, struggles to save his conscience and his woman in an urban labyrinth ruled by malevolent biotech corporations. With Warner Brothers' release of the more hard-boiled director's cut a few months after the Rodney King riots, Ridley Scott's 1982 film version of Philip K. Dick's novel reasserted its sway over our increasingly troubled sleep. Ruminations about the future of Los Angeles now take for granted the dark imagery of Blade Runner as a possible, if not inevitable, terminal point for the former land of sunshine. L.A.'s official nightmare. Yet for all of Blade Runner's glamour as the reigning star of sci-fi dystopias, its vision of the future is strangely anachronistic and surprisingly unprescient. Scott, in collaboration with visual futurist Sid Mead, offered a pastiche of imaginary landscapes that Scott himself has conceded to be overkill to peel away the overlays of yellow peril and noir, peel away the high-tech plumbing retrofitted to street-level urban decay. What remains is the same vista of urban gigantism and human mutation that Fritz Lang depicted in Metropolis. The sinister man-made Everest of the Tyrell Corporation, as well as all the souped-up rocket squad cars darting around the airspace, are obviously the progeny, albeit now swaddled in darkness, of the famous city of the bourgeoisie in that 1931 Weimar film. But Lang himself was only plagiarizing from contemporary American futurists, above all, architectural artist Hugh Ferris, who, together with Chrysler building designer Raymond Hood and Mexican architect-archaeologist Francisco Mujica, popularized the coming Titan city of 100-story skyscrapers with suspended bridge highways and rooftop airports. Ferris and company, in their turn, largely reworked already existing fantasies common in Sunday supplements since 1900 of what Manhattan might look like at the end of the century. 3. Blade Runner, in other words, remains yet another edition of the core modernist fantasy of the future metropolis, alternately utopia or dystopia, Vilradias or Gotham City as monster Manhattan. Such imagery might best be called Welschian, since as early as 1906, in his Future in America, H.G. Wells was trying to envision the late 20th century by enlarging the present represented by New York to create a sort of gigantesque caricature of the existing world, everything swollen up to vast proportions and massive beyond measure. 5. Ridley Scott's caricature may have captured ethnocentric anxieties about multiculturalism run amok, but it failed to engage the real Los Angeles, especially the great unbroken plains of aging bungalows, stucco apartments, and ranch-style homes as it erodes socially and physically into the 21st century. In fact, his hypertrophied Art Deco downtown seems little more than a romantic conceit when compared to the savage slums actually being born in the city's inner belt of decaying post-war suburbs. Blade Runner is not so much the future of the city as the ghost of past imaginations. In my 1990 book, City of Quartz, I explored various tendencies toward the militarization of the Southern California landscape. Events since the 1992 riots, including a 4-year-long recession, a sharp decline in factory jobs, deep cuts in welfare and public employment, a backlash against immigrant workers, the failure of police reform, and an unprecedented exodus of middle-class families have only reinforced spatial apartheid in Greater Los Angeles. As the endless summer comes to an end, it seems that LA 2019 might well stand in a dystopian relationship to most traditional ideals of a democratic metropolis. But what kind of dystopian cityscape, if not Blade Runners, might the unchecked evolution of inequality, crime, and social despair ultimately produce? Instead of following the grain of traditional clichés and seeing the future merely as a grotesque, Welchian magnification of technology and architecture, would it not be more fruitful to project existing trends along their current downward-sloping trajectories? Octavia Butler, who despite her renown as a science fiction novelist still lives in her old neighborhood in Black and Latino Northwest Pasadena, adopts precisely this strategy in her 1993 novel Parable of the Sower. Like William Gibson, the author of Neuromancer, and other cyberpunk writers, she uses disciplined extrapolation to explore the dark possibilities of the near future. Butler simply takes existing helter-skelter and turns up the volume a few notches. The big one has left parts of the city in ruins, riots happen every weekend, drought has killed all the lawns, the middle class has withdrawn to walled suburbs, and the working poor have been left to fend for themselves. Los Angeles, in sum, has become a carcass covered with too many maggots. Lauren Olamina and her proud family in the multiracial suburb of Robledo are slowly engulfed by chaos as the street poor, now gaunt, famished shadows of human beings wait like jackals to devour the neighborhood. After the massacre of her family and her neighbors, Lauren flees northward, away from Los Angeles, with thousands of other refugees. There are no invasions from outer space or technological Frankensteins in Parable of the Sower. Instead, things are unraveling, disintegrating bit by bit. We rode our bikes to the top of River Street, past the last neighborhood walls, past the last ragged, unwalled houses, past the last stretch of broken asphalt and rag and stick shacks of squatters and street poor who stare at us in their horrible empty way, and then higher into the hills along a dirt road. At last we dismounted and walked our bikes down the narrow trail into one of the canyons that we and others use for target practice. If we find corpses in one, we stay away from it for a while. 6. In what follows, I offer an extrapolative map of a future Los Angeles that is already half-born. Since the 1992 riots, premonitions of Butler's low-rise dystopia, with urban decay metastasizing in the heart of suburbia, have become commonplace. But the map itself, although inspired by the writings of Butler and Gibson, most closely resembles a diagram that Ernest W. Burgess, a sociologist at the University of Chicago, popularized during the 1920s. 7. As one historian has described it, there is no more famous diagram in social science than that combination of half-moon and dartboard depicting the 5 concentric urban zones which appear during the rapid expansion of a modern American city such as Chicago. 8. For those unfamiliar with the Chicago School of Sociology's canonical study of the North American city, Burgess's dartboard represents the spatial hierarchy into which the struggle for the survival of the urban fittest supposedly sorts social classes and their respective housing types. As imagined by academic social Darwinism, it portrays a human ecology organized by the biological forces of concentration, centralization, segregation, invasion, and succession. My remapping takes Burgess back to the future. It preserves such ecological determinants as income, land value, class, and race, but adds a decisive new factor: fear. 1. Scanscape. You can't commit crimes if you know that Big Brother is watching you. Hollywood landowner. Is there any need to explain why fear eats the soul of Los Angeles? Only the middle-class dread of progressive taxation exceeds the current obsession with personal safety and social insulation. In the face of intractable urban poverty and homelessness, and despite one of the greatest expansions in American business history, a bipartisan consensus insists that any and all budgets must be balanced and entitlements reduced. With no hope for further public investment in the remediation of underlying social conditions, we are forced instead to make increasing public and private investments in physical security. The rhetoric of urban reform persists, but the substance is extinct. Rebuilding L.A. simply means padding the bunker. The most famous diagram in social science. As city life grows more feral, the various social milieux adopt security strategies and technologies according to their means. As with Burgess's dartboard, the pattern resolves itself into a series of concentric zones with a bull's-eye in downtown. To the extent that these security measures are reactions to urban unrest, it is possible to speak about a riot tectonics that episodically convulses and reshapes urban space. After the 1965 Watts Rebellion, for instance, downtown Los Angeles's leading landowners organized a secretive committee of 25 to deal with perceived threats to redevelopment efforts. 9 Warned by the LAPD that a black inundation of the central city was imminent, the committee abandoned efforts to revitalize the city's aging financial and retail core. Instead, it persuaded City Hall to subsidize the transplanting of banks and corporate front offices to a new financial district atop Bunker Hill, a few blocks to the west. The city's redevelopment agency, acting as a private planner, bailed out the committee's lost investments in the old business district by offering discounts far below real market value on parcels of land within the new core. The ecology of fear. The key to the success of this strategy, celebrated as downtown's renaissance, was the physical segregation of the new core and its land values behind a rampart of regraded palisades, concrete pillars, and freeway walls. Traditional pedestrian connections between Bunker Hill and the old core were removed, and foot traffic was elevated above the street on pedways as in Hugh Ferris's imaginary Titan City, access to which was controlled by the security systems of individual skyscrapers. This radical privatization of downtown public space, with its ominous racial overtones, occurred without significant public debate. The 1992 riots vindicated the foresight of Fortress Downtown's designers. While windows were being smashed throughout the old business district, Bunker Hill lived up to its name. By flicking a few switches on their command consoles, the security staffs of the great bank towers were able to cut off all access to their expensive real estate. Bulletproof steel doors rolled down over street-level entrances, escalators instantly froze, and electronic locks sealed off pedestrian passageways. As the Los Angeles Business Journal pointed out, the riot-tested success of corporate downtown's defenses has only stimulated demand for new and higher levels of physical security. 10. One consequence of this demand has been the continuing erosion of the boundary between architecture and law enforcement. The LAPD have become central players in the downtown design process. No major project now breaks ground without their participation. Police representatives have exerted effective pressure against the provision of public toilets and the toleration of street vending. The riots also provided suburban police departments with a pretext for enhancing their involvement in planning and design issues. In affluent Thousand Oaks, for example, the sheriff's liaison to the Planning Commission persuaded the city to outlaw alleys as a crime prevention priority. 11. Video monitoring of downtown's redeveloped zones, meanwhile, has been extended to parking structures, private sidewalks, and plazas. This comprehensive surveillance constitutes a virtual scanscape, a space of protective visibility that increasingly defines where white-collar office workers and middle-class tourists feel safe downtown. Here Los Angeles, however, has no monopoly on Orwellian technology. Nearly 100 British town centres, thanks to an initiative of the former Tory government, are now enclosed within the panoptic gaze of closed-circuit television monitors mostly operated by private contractors. 12. These City Watch programs, zealously promoted by surveillance technology industry leader ADT, may soon become the international norm. Hollywood, for example, has just established California's first official videotape surveillance zone in the drug-ridden Yucca Street neighborhood just west of the famed Capitol Records building. 14. The legendary Hollywood sign, meanwhile, is guarded against vandals and hikers by state-of-the-art motion detectors and infrared cameras with radar-activated zoom lenses. Intruders' pictures are recorded on a computer disk as evidence and city park rangers are alerted. Then loudspeakers warn trespassers that they are being watched and that authorities are on their way. 15. Inevitably, video monitoring will sooner or later be linked with home security systems in a seamless continuity of surveillance over daily routine. Indeed, upmarket lifestyles may soon be defined by the ability to afford electronic guardian angels to watch over the owner and all significant others in her or his life. A Beverly Hills security expert, who retails clandestine video systems that allow affluent working parents to monitor their low-paid nannies and maids, compared the boom in sales following the 1997 trial of Louise Woodward to the middle-class run on local gun stores after the 1992 riots. 16 Science and technology journals, for their part, have recently heralded the advent of digital super-surveillance based on gadgets like pocket radars, millimeter-wave video cameras, infrared automatic tracking, code grabbers and rotators, retinal scanners, voice keys, finger mappers, and thermal facial imagers. Brave New World, according to The New Scientist, is now off the shelf. It is a world where there will be nowhere to hide, nor anywhere to hide anything. There are already devices under development that will see through walls and strip search suspects from a distance, looking under their clothes and inside their bodies. Individuals may be identified by their unique smells and tracked down, or recognized electronically, even before they have had time to complete a crime. And thanks to cheap digital video cameras and powerful new search algorithms, individuals will be tracked by computers. There will be no anonymity even in the once welcoming crowds. 17. A premier platform for the new surveillance technology will be that anachronism of the 19th century, the skyscraper. Tall buildings are becoming increasingly sentient and packed with deadly firepower. The skyscraper with a mainframe brain in Die Hard anticipates a new generation of architectural antiheroes as intelligent buildings alternately battle evil or become its pawns. The sensory systems of many of Los Angeles's new office towers already include panopticon vision, smell, sensitivity to temperature and humidity, motion detection, and, in a few cases, hearing. Some architects now predict that the day is coming when a building's own artificially intelligent computers will be able to automatically screen and identify its human population, and even respond to their emotional states, especially fear or panic. Without dispatching security personnel, the building itself will be able to manage crises both minor and major. 2. The invisible riot. If, as some contend, the Los Angeles riots were a class rebellion, then this neighborhood is rebel-held territory. Los Angeles Times. Friday, May 5, 1992. The armored personnel carrier squats on the corner like un gran sapo fio a big ugly toad, according to 9-year-old Emerio. His parents talk anxiously, almost in a whisper, about the disparecidos, Raul from Tepic, Big Mario, the younger Flores girl, and the cousin from Ahuacapan. Like all Salvadorans, they know about those who disappear, they remember the headless corpses and the man whose tongue had been pulled through the hole in his throat like a necktie. That is why they came here to zip code 90057, Los Angeles, California. 18. Their neighborhood, on the edge of MacArthur Park, is part of the large halo of older, high-density housing surrounding the scanscape of the fortified core. These tenement districts perform the classic functions of Bajís's zone in transition, providing urban ports of entry for the city's poorest and most recent immigrants, in this case from Mexico, Guatemala, and El Salvador rather than Ireland and Bohemia, who work in downtown hotels and garment factories. But the normally bustling streets are now eerily quiet. Emerio's parents are counting their friends and neighbors, Salvadoran and Mexican, who are suddenly gone. Some are in the county jail on Bochet Street, little more than brown grains of sand lost among the 17,000 other alleged saqueteries and incendiarios detained after the most violent American civil disturbance since enraged Irish immigrants burned Manhattan in 1863. Those without papers are probably already back in Tijuana, broke and disconsolate, cut off from their families and new lives. Violating city policy, the police fed hundreds of hapless undocumented Saqueteries to the inns for deportation before the ACLU or immigrant rights groups had even realized that they had been arrested. Mid-city Los Angeles. For many days the television talked only of the South Central riot, Black Rage, and the Crips and Bloods. Truly, the Rodney King case was a watershed in national race relations, a test of the very meaning of the citizenship for which African Americans have struggled for 400 years. It was also the fuse on an explosive accumulation of local grievances among young blacks, ranging from Chief Gates's infamous mass detentions to the murder of 15-year-old Latasha Harlins by a Korean grocer in 1991. But the 1992 upheaval was far more complex than the 1965 Watts Rebellion, although some issues, especially police abuse, remain the same. While most of the news media remained trapped in the black and white world of 1965, the second Los Angeles riot burst emphatically into Technicolor. Emerio's parents know that thousands of their neighbors from the MacArthur Park district, as well as from the adjoining Mid-Wilshire area and the Hollywood Flatlands together constituting Los Angeles's mid-city district, also looted, burned, violated curfew, and went to jail. Despite the tabloid media's obsession with black violence, only 36% of the riot arrestees were African American, while 52% had Spanish surnames and 10% were white. Moreover, the greatest density of riot-related incidents occurred north of the Santa Monica Freeway in predominantly Latino and Asian areas. Indeed, nearly as many suspects were booked by the LAPD's Ramparts station, which polices Emerio's neighborhood, as by all four stations which make up the department's South Bureau in South Central Los Angeles. Even the Hollywood station made twice as many arrests as the 77th Street station, which patrolled the supposed riot epicenter where truck driver Reginald Denny was nearly beaten to death at the intersection of Florence and Normandy Avenues. 19. This invisible mid-city riot, conflated by most news reports with events in majority black areas, was driven primarily by empty bellies and broken dreams, not by outrage over the acquittal of the cops who beat Rodney King. It was the culmination of a decade of declining economic opportunity and rising poverty, followed by 2 years of recession that tripled unemployment in Los Angeles's immigrant neighborhoods. Academic studies since the riot have shown that Mexican and Central American immigrants arriving after 1980 had less hope than their predecessors of finding stable, entry-level positions in a regional economy that had become supersaturated with unskilled labor. Massively growing numbers of Mexican immigrants, according to UCLA sociologist Vilma Ortiz, have been packed into a relatively narrow tier of occupations. 21 Already by 1980, starting wages for new arrivals had fallen by 13% compared to 1970, and in the decade that followed, the portion of the Los Angeles population falling below the poverty line grew by a full percentage point or more each year. 22. Then, 1990, cutbacks in defense spending and the bursting of the Japanese financial bubble converged to plunge the Southern California economy into its worst recession since 1938. An incredible 27% of national job loss was concentrated in the Los Angeles metropolitan region. In Los Angeles County, this translated into a catastrophic 30% decline in manufacturing employment that savaged light industry, where Mexican immigrants make up the majority of workers, as well as aerospace and military electronics. 23 The impact of the recession, moreover, was intensified by simultaneous cutbacks in AFDC and medical benefits as well as deep slashes in local school budgets. Tens of thousands of families lost their tenuous economic footholds, while the number of children living in poverty increased by a third during the course of the recession. 24. For anyone who cared to pay attention, there were dramatic social storm warnings in the months before the spring 1992 riots. Indeed, no image revealed the mixed origins of the upheaval more clearly than the photograph published in the Los Angeles Times 3 days before Christmas 1991. It showed part of the throng of 20,000 women and children, predominantly recent Latino immigrants, waiting outside Skid Row's Fred Jordan Mission for the handout of a chicken, a dozen corn tortillas, 3 small toys, and a blanket. According to the Times, 8 blocks were cordoned off around 5th Street and Town Avenue to accommodate the crush of people. Some in the 5-hour line said they were willing to brave the gritty streets for what one woman described as her only possibility for a Christmas dinner. 25 Human distress on so broad a scale had not been photographed in California since the famous Depression-era documentaries of Margaret Bourke-White and Dorothea Lange. 1930s type misery was no surprise, however, to food bank volunteers, who had been warning city officials about the ominous decline in emergency food resources, or to public health workers, who were reporting classic symptoms of malnutrition, anemia and stunted growth in nearly a quarter of the poor children passing through a county screening program. 26 Other visible barometers of the crisis included the rapidly growing colonies of unemployed busboys, gardeners, and construction laborers living on the desolate flanks of Crown Hill across from downtown or in the concrete bed of the Los Angeles River, where the homeless are forced to use sewage outflow for bathing and cooking. Emerio's parents and their neighbors spoke of a gathering sense of desperation in early 1992, a perception of a future already looted of opportunity. The riot arrived like a magic dispensation. In mid-city neighborhoods, people were initially shocked by the violence, then mesmerized by the televised images of Black and Latino crowds in south-central Los Angeles helping themselves to mountains of desirable goods without interference from the police. On the second day of unrest, April 30th, the authorities blundered twice, first by suspending school and releasing the kids into the street, second by announcing that the National Guard was on the way to help enforce a dusk-to-dawn curfew. Thousands immediately interpreted this as a last call to participate in the general redistribution of wealth in progress. Looting exploded through the majority immigrant neighborhoods of Mid-City, as well as Echo Park, Van Nuys, and Huntington Park. Although arsonists struck wantonly and almost at random, the looting crowds were governed by a visible moral economy. As one middle-aged lady explained to me, stealing is a sin, but this is more like a television game show where everyone wins. In contrast to the looters on Hollywood Boulevard who stole Madonna's underwear from Fredericks, the masses of Mid-City concentrated on the prosaic necessities of life like cockroach spray and Pampers. Christmas food line, 1991. A veteran 5th grade teacher in the area explained to me the attitudes of the hard-working and otherwise law-abiding families who were swept up in the looting. I teach at a new school which is a block west of Olympic and Hoover. My students and I watched from our classroom window as a video store burned. Later, my wife, who teaches at Hoover Street School, and I watched on television as stores near our schools were looted by parents and students whom we recognized. Since most of the liquor stores and markets in this area greatly overcharge the customers for poor quality merchandise, there is great resentment. My students told me that when some of them saw Viva Market, on Hoover and Olympic, being looted as they watched television, their parents immediately left the apartment only to return an hour later with food and other items. They didn't see this as a riot, just an opportunity to get even with the exploiters. There was no coordination or planning by the people north of the Santa Monica Freeway, other than that provided by the roadmap shown on television. I do not think that Korean stores were attacked for exclusively ethnic reasons. If Korean-owned liquor stores were burned, Korean travel agencies and beauty shops were not touched. The uprising was directed against the police and rip-off merchants in general. It was driven by economic desperation and class resentment, not race. 27. The official reaction to this postmodern bread riot was the biggest multi-agency law enforcement operation in history. 4 weeks afterward, elite LAPD Metro Squad units, supported by the National Guard, swept through the tenements in search of stolen goods, while border patrolmen from as far away as Texas trawled the streets for undocumented residents. Meanwhile, thousands of Saqueteries, many of them pathetic scavengers captured in the charred ruins the day after the looting, languished for weeks in the county jail, unable to meet absurdly high bails. One man, apprehended with a packet of sunflower seeds and 2 cartons of milk, was held on $15,000 bond. Some curfew violators received 30-day jail sentences, despite the fact that they were either homeless or spoke no English. Angry suburban politicians, meanwhile, outbid one another with demands to deport immigrants and strip their U.S.-born children of citizenship. The riot also accelerated the flight of capital and jobs from the Wilshire Corridor, just west of MacArthur Park, that forms the high-rise commercial spine of the mid-city area. Known as Los Angeles's Champs-Élysées, this 2-mile segment of Wilshire Boulevard once boasted such icons as the Ambassador Hotel, I Magnin, Perino's, the Brown Derby, and Bullock's Wilshire. Insurance companies, corporate law offices, and county agencies formerly consumed millions of square feet of circa 1950s modernist office space. The economic decline of the area began in the mid-1970s when leading tenants began to relocate to newer properties on the booming west side. Office workers and professionals who lived in apartment complexes north and south of Wilshire soon followed, as did restaurants, department stores, and hotels. The residential vacuum was filled by thousands of Mexican and El Salvadoran immigrants, while Korean small businesses brought back retail vitality. But the hemorrhage of white-collar jobs and sales taxes was permanent. High-rise ghost town. During the riots, looters did $10 million damage to Bullock's, the last of the Wilshire landmarks to remain open. It promptly closed its doors for good. In less than a year, home prices in the nearby exclusive enclave of Hancock Park had fallen by a staggering $200,000. As remaining corporate tenants bolted for the west side, desperate landlords tried to give away premium office space at $1 per square foot but found few takers. In the year before the riot, there had been much speculation in the business press that large Korean investors might be induced to resurrect what was already being called colloquially the Wilshire Ruins. However, the destruction or looting of nearly 2,000 Korean family businesses during the riot scotched that possibility for the foreseeable future. 28 As a result, Los Angeles has added a unique category to Burgess's urban ecology, the modern high-rise ghost town. 3. Free Fire Zone. We have to reclaim this area street by street, alley by alley. LAPD Ramparts Division spokesperson. By mid-May 1992, the National Guard, together with the Army and the Marines, had withdrawn from the inner-city neighborhoods of Los Angeles. Flags folded and rifles stacked, thousands of citizen soldiers returned to their ordinary suburban lives. As the Humvees and trucks moved out, another army, the 18th Street Gang, immediately resumed its occupation of Los Angeles's mid-city area. Some members taunted departing guardsmen with the boastful chant that weary neighbors had been hearing for years, "Soy 18 with a bullet / I got my finger on the trigger / I'm gonna pull it." Back in 1927, Burgess's student Frederick Thrasher had shocked readers of his classic study The Gang with the claim that Chicago's 1,313 street gangs had a total membership of 25,000 boys and young men. A half-century later, veteranos with DSY8 tattoos emblazoned across their chests boast that their gang alone has that many members in hundreds of cliques spread across Southern California, as well as in rapidly growing franchises in Las Vegas, Mexico City, and San Salvador. According to Los Angeles District Attorney Gil Garcetti, 18th Street is the largest criminal street gang in the country. Born on the edge of downtown in the early 1960s, it has become the General Motors of Los Angeles street culture. 30. The first Latino gang to break into the lucrative rock cocaine market otherwise dominated by black street gangs, the 18th Street Nation controls a wide swath of crack-saturated turf in the mid-city area. 60 other Latino and Asian gangs fight over the dregs of this business, occasionally with local cliques of 18th Street. As a result, the LAPD's Ramparts Division frequently holds the unenviable record of investigating more homicides than any other neighborhood police jurisdiction in the country. Nearby MacArthur Park, once the jewel in the crown of the city's park system, is now a free fire zone where crack dealers and street gangs settle their scores with shotguns and Uzis. In a single bad year, 30 or more corpses were found crumpled on the grass, stuffed in park trash cans, or half buried in the muck at the bottom of the lake. Indeed, when the lake was drained a few years ago for subway construction, a local artist constructed a huge collage out of the several dozen rusted handguns he recovered from the lake bed. By their own admission, the overwhelmed inner-city detachments of the LAPD have been unable to keep track of all the bodies on the street, much less deal with common burglaries, car thefts, and gang-organized protection rackets. 31 Like Octavia Butler's Pasadena residence in 2024, the present-day occupants of the transition zone are left to fend for themselves. Lacking the resources or political clout of more affluent neighborhoods, they have turned to Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson, whose names follow, protected by, on handmade signs decorating humble homes all over South Central and Mid-City Los Angeles. Slumlords, meanwhile, are conducting their own private reign of terror against drug dealers, petty criminals, and deadbeat tenants. Faced with zero-tolerance laws authorizing the seizure or destruction of properties used for drug sales, they are hiring their own goon squads and armed mercenaries to exterminate crime on their premises. Shortly after the 1992 riots, Times reporter Richard Colvin accompanied one of these crews on a swashbuckling rampage through the Westlake, Venice, and Panorama City districts. The Free Fire Zone. Led by a 6'3", 280-pound soldier of fortune named David Roybal, this security squad was renowned among landlords for its efficient brutality. Suspected drug dealers and their customers, along with rent-in-arrears tenants and other landlord irritants, were physically driven from buildings at gunpoint. Those who resisted or even complained were beaten without mercy. In a Panorama City raid a few years earlier, Roybal and his crew collared so many residents and squatters for drugs that they converted a recreation room into a holding tank and handcuffed arrestees to a blood-spattered wall. The LAPD knew about this private jail but ignored residents' protests. An envious police officer told Colvin, "If we could do what these security guards do, we'd get rid of the crime problem, just like that 32." Roybal and his gang resemble the so-called matadors, or hired gunslingers, who patrol Brazilian middle-class neighborhoods and frequently, while the police deliberately turn their backs, execute persistent criminals, even street urchins. Their common refrain is that they get the job done when all else has failed. As one of Roybal's most aggressive competitors boasted, "Somebody's got to rule, and when we're there, we rule. When somebody says something smart, we body slam him, right on the floor with all of his friends looking. We handcuff them and kick them, and when the paramedics come and they're on the stretcher, we say, 'Hey, sue me 33. In addition to these rent-a thugs, the inner ring has also spawned a vast cottage industry manufacturing wrought iron bars and grates for home protection. An estimated 100,000 inner-city homes, like cages in a human zoo, have burglar bars bolted over all their doors and windows. As in a George Romero movie, working-class families now lock themselves in every night from the zombified city outside. As one resident told the Los Angeles Times, "The bars remind me of being in prison in my own house. But sometimes you do things you don't like in the interest of security. Yet such security may be a cruel illusion." The Los Angeles Fire Department estimates that at least half of the city's barred homes lack the legally required quick-release mechanisms that allow residents to escape in an emergency. The result has been a recent epidemic of horrific fires in which entire trapped families have been immolated in their bungalows or apartments. 34. The prison cell finds many other architectural resonances in the post-riot inner city. Even before the Rodney King uprising, most liquor and convenience stores, taking the lead from pawn shops, had completely caged in their cash register counters, sometimes with life-size cardboard cutouts of policemen placed near the window. Even local greasy spoons had begun to exchange hamburgers for money through bulletproof acrylic turnstiles. Now the same design, call it the Brinks aesthetic, has been extended to social service offices and hospitals. In light of recent cutbacks in welfare programs and medical services, along with all-day waits in welfare lines or for emergency medical treatment, 35, the county has sought to protect employees from public rage through the comprehensive installation of metal detectors, video monitors, convex surveillance mirrors, panic buttons, chairs bolted to the floor, and interview booths divided by thick, shatterproof glass partitions. Not surprisingly, Advocates for the poor have denounced this paranoid environment in which welfare mothers are treated like dangerous inmates in a high-security prison. 36. Schools also have become more like prisons. Even as per capita education spending has plummeted in many local school districts, scarce resources are being absorbed in fortifying school grounds and hiring more armed security police. Teenagers complain bitterly about overcrowded classrooms and demoralized teachers, about decaying campuses that have become little more than daytime detention centers for an abandoned generation. Many students are literally locked in during school hours, while new daytime curfew laws, the violation of which carries stiff penalties for parents, allow police to treat truancy as a criminal offense. In some Southern California communities, the police have direct access to computerized school records. In the Los Angeles Unified School District, kids who become informers on fellow students' drug habits are rewarded with concert tickets, CDs, and new clothes, and if Mayor Riordan gets his way, the LAPD may even gain its very own high school, a junior police academy magnet school that would be a national first. 37. The schoolyard, meanwhile, has become a killing field. Scores of students since 1985 have been wounded or killed during school hours. As a result, high school students in Los Angeles are now checked for weapons by metal detectors as they enter school each morning. At Long Beach's Lindbergh Junior High School, frequently raked by gunfire, administrators built a 900-foot-long, 10-foot-high wall to deflect bullets fired from a neighboring public housing project. At a Santa Monica elementary school, little kids regularly practice drive-by drills. Just as their parents once learned to cower under desks in case of a nuclear attack, so are today's students taught to drop at a teacher's signal in case of another drive-by shooting and stay there until they receive an all-clear signal. 38. Federally subsidized housing and public housing projects, for their part, are coming to resemble the strategic hamlets that were used to incarcerate the rural population of Vietnam. Although no Los Angeles housing project is yet as militarized as those in San Juan, Puerto Rico, where the National Guard was sent in by the governor, or as technologically sophisticated as Chicago's Cabrini Green, where retinal scans are used to check IDs, the Housing Authority police exercise absolute control over residents' freedom of movement. 39. In a city with the nation's worst housing shortage, project tenants, fearful of eviction, are reluctant to claim any constitutional protection against unlawful search or seizure. Like peasants in a rebel countryside, they are routinely stopped and searched without probable cause, while their homes are broken into without court warrants. In several projects, public access is restricted by guard posts, and residents must submit lists of frequent visitors. And, as in other big cities, federal one-strike-and-you're-out regulations allow managers to evict otherwise innocent tenants of federally subsidized housing for crimes committed by their relatives or guests, a policy of collective punishment similar to that long practiced by Israelis on the West Bank. 4 half-moons of repression. Zoning can stifle crime problems that police could never stamp out before. LAPD Vice Cop. In the original Burgess diagram, pie slices or half-moons representing ethnic enclaves and specialized architectural ecologies are wedged into the city's concentric socio-economic structure. In contemporary metropolitan Los Angeles, new species of enclaves are emerging in sympathy with the militarization of the landscape. For want of any generally accepted name, we might call them social control districts. They merge the sanctions of the criminal or civil code with land-use planning to create what Michel Foucault would undoubtedly have recognized as a yet higher stage in the evolution of the disciplinary order of the modern city. Growing like weeds in a constitutional no-man's land, Southern California's social control districts can be distinguished according to their specific juridical modes of imposing spatial discipline. Social control districts. Juridical mode. Examples of crime. Abatement. Graffiti, prostitution. Enhancement. Drugs, guns. Containment. Homeless, medflies. Exclusion. Homeless, drugs, gangs, child molesters. Abatement districts, currently enforced against graffiti and prostitution in signposted neighborhoods of Los Angeles and West Hollywood, extend the traditional police power over nuisance from noxious industry to noxious behavior. Financed by fines collected or special sales taxes levied, they devote additional law enforcement resources to specific social problems. Going a step further, business leaders in Little Tokyo and Hollywood have proposed the establishment of self-taxing improvement districts which would be able to hire private security guards to supplement the police. Needless to say, this would further erode the already fuzzy boundary between public and private policing in Los Angeles. Since the 1992 riots, moreover, the LAPD has buttressed abatement programs by interventions in the zoning process. Using computer software to identify hotspots of prostitution, petty crime, and drug use, the police now routinely veto building and operating permits for crime magnet businesses. Most commanding officers don't want new bars in their area, or new liquor locations or new dance halls, a police spokesperson explained to the Los Angeles Times. What you have is an increased police interest in using zoning laws as vehicles to stop these businesses when they have problems. The LAPD considers this a logical extension of community-based policing, but some Latino community leaders have complained that it really constitutes discrimination against Spanish-speaking mom-and-pop businesses like meat markets and tiendas that need liquor sales to break even. Drinkers simply shop at supermarkets instead. 41. Enhancement districts, represented all over Southern California by the drug-free zones and gun-free zones surrounding public schools, add extra federal or state penalties to crimes committed within a specified radius of public institutions. In other cases, new laws, targeted at specific groups and locations, criminalize otherwise legal behavior. As a condition of probation, for example, prostitutes are now given maps demarcating areas, including parts of Hollywood, South Central, and the San Fernando Valley, where they can be arrested simply for walking down the street. In Costa Mesa, prostitutes are further humiliated by having their clothes confiscated after arrest. They are released from jail wearing flimsy white paper jumpsuits. 42. From the circumscription of a group's otherwise legal behavior, it is a short step to containment districts designed to quarantine potentially epidemic social problems or, more usually, social types. In Southern California, these undesirables run the gamut from that insect illegal immigrant, the Mediterranean fruit fly, to homeless people. Since the early 1980s, the city of Los Angeles has tried to prevent the spillover of cardboard condos into surrounding council districts or into the more upscale precincts of downtown by keeping homeless people contained within the 50-square block area of Skid Row. In 1996, the city council formalized the status quo by declaring a portion of Skid Row's sidewalks an official sleeping zone. As soup kitchens and Skid Row missions brace themselves for a new wave of homelessness in the wake of recent state and federal welfare reforms, the LAPD maintains its traditional policy of keeping street people herded within the boundaries of the nation's largest outdoor poorhouse. Homeless Containment District. Obverse to containment is the formal exclusion of pariah groups from public space or even the city limits. The tactics are sometimes ingenious. In Anaheim, for instance, a city-supported citizens group dumped tons of steer manure in local parks in the hope that the stench would drive away drug dealers and gang members. Anti-camping ordinances, likewise, have been passed by a spate of Southland cities, including the People's Republic of Santa Monica, with the goal of banishing the homeless from sight. Since such exclusion ordinances merely sweep a stigmatized social group onto the next community's doorstep, each city, in a chain reaction, adopts comparable legislation in order to avoid becoming the regional equivalent of a human landfill. Similarly, Los Angeles and a score of smaller cities have used sweeping civil injunctions whose constitutionality was upheld by the California Supreme Court in January 1997 to prevent gangs from congregating in parks or on street corners. Although one high-ranking LAPD official has complained that these gang-free zones merely push gang activity into adjoining neighborhoods, They are highly popular with vote-conscious district attorneys and city council members who love the image that the injunctions broadcast of decisive action and comprehensive deterrence. Point 43. In a typical example, a Los Angeles judge banned 18th Street homeboys in one neighborhood from associating in public view in groups larger than 2, even in their own front yards. He also imposed an 8 p.m. curfew on juvenile gang members and banned the use of cellular phones and pagers. In addition, his injunction prohibited 18th Street members from whistling in public, a form of signaling, the city attorney alleged, used by lookouts for drug dealers. Point 44. As civil libertarians have pointed out, the social control district strategy penalizes individuals, even in the absence of a criminal act, merely for group membership. Status criminalization, moreover, feeds off middle-class fantasies about the nature of the dangerous classes. And fearful fantasies have been growing in hothouse fashion. In the mid-1980s, for example, the ghost of Cotton Mather suddenly appeared in suburban Southern California. Allegations that local daycare centers were actually covens of satanic perversion wrenched courtrooms back to the 17th century. In the course of the McMartin preschool molestation trial, the longest and most expensive such ordeal in American history, children testified about molester teachers who flew around on broomsticks and other manifestations of the evil one. The creation by the little city of San Dimas of the nation's first child molestation exclusion zone was one legacy of the accompanying collective hysteria, which undoubtedly mined huge veins of displaced parental guilt. This Twin Peaks, like suburb in the eastern San Gabriel Valley, was signposted from stem to stern with the warning, "Hands off our kids. We ID and fingerprint our kids for safety." It is unclear whether the armies of lurking pedophiles in the mountains above San Dimas were deterred by these warnings, but any post-Burgess mapping of urban space must acknowledge the power that bad dreams now wield over the public landscape. 5. The neighbors are watching. What we should be doing is trying to restore an equilibrium of arms to the streets, not chasing the delusion that with tighter restrictions we can get bad guys to give up their arms. Pro-vigilante law professor. A few years ago, an anxious delegation of police officials from the former East Germany contacted the Los Angeles Police Department. Faced with a massive upsurge in crime and ethnic violence following unification, they were eager to meet the department's most celebrated personality. They were not inquiring about Chief Willie Williams or his predecessor Daryl Gates, but about Bruno the burglar, the felonious toon in a mask, who appears on countless signs that proclaim the borders of neighborhood watch communities. Point 45. The Neighborhood Watch program, comprising more than 5,500 crime surveillance block clubs, is the LAPD's most important contribution to urban policing. Throughout what Burgess called the zone of workingmen's houses, which in Los Angeles includes the owner-occupied neighborhoods of the central city as well as older blue-collar suburbs in the San Fernando and San Gabriel valleys, a huge network of watchful neighbors provides a security system midway between the besieged, gun-toting homeowners of the transition zone and the private police forces of more affluent, gated suburbs. The brainchild of former police chief Ed Davis, the Neighborhood Watch concept has been emulated in hundreds of North American and European cities from Seattle to London. In the aftermath of the 1965-71 cycle of unrest in South Central and East Los Angeles, Davis envisaged the program as the anchor for a basic car policing strategy designed to rebuild community support for the LAPD. He wanted to re-establish a strong territorial identity between patrol units and individual neighborhoods. Although his successor Daryl Gates preferred the commando bravado of SWAT units to the public relations-oriented basic car patrols, Neighborhood Watch continued to flourish throughout the 1980s. San Dimas child molesters? According to LAPD spokesperson SGT Christopher West, Neighborhood Watch clubs are intended to increase local solidarity and self-confidence in the face of crime. Spurred by their block captains, residents become vigilant in the protection of each other's property and well-being. Suspicious behavior is immediately reported and homeowners regularly meet with patrol officers to plan crime prevention tactics. An off-duty cop in a Winchell's donut shop in Silver Lake was more picturesque. Neighborhood Watch is like the wagon train in an old-fashioned cowboy movie. The neighbors are the settlers and the goal is to teach them to circle their wagons and fight off the Indians until the cavalry, the LAPD, can ride to their rescue. 46. Circling the wagons. Needless to say, this Wild West analogy has its sinister side. Who, after all, gets to decide what behavior is suspicious or who looks like an Indian? The obvious danger in any program that conscripts thousands of citizens as police informers under the official slogan "Be on the lookout for strangers" is that it inevitably stigmatizes innocent groups. Inner-city teenagers are especially vulnerable to flagrant stereotyping and harassment. At one neighborhood watch meeting I attended in Echo Park, an elderly white woman asked a young policeman how to identify hardcore gang members. His answer was stupefyingly succinct: "Gangbangers wear expensive athletic shoes and clean, starched t-shirts." The woman nodded her appreciation of this expert advice, while others in the audience squirmed in their seats at the thought of the youth in the neighborhood who would eventually be stopped and searched simply because they were well groomed. Critics also worry that Neighborhood Watch does double duty as a captive constituency for police interests. As SGT West acknowledged, block captains are appointed by patrol officers and the program does obviously tend to attract the most law and order conscious members of the community. These pro-police residents, moreover, tend to be unrepresentative of their neighborhoods. In poor, youthful Latino areas, watch captains are frequently elderly, residual Anglos. In areas where renters are a majority, the watch activists are typically homeowners or landlords. Although official regulations are supposed to keep the program apolitical, block captains have long been regarded as the LAPD's precinct workers. In a bitter 1986 election, for example, the police union routinely used neighborhood watch meetings to campaign for the recall of the liberal majority, led by Rose Byrd, on the California Supreme Court. The community policing advisory boards established in the wake of the Rodney King beating have been hardly more independent. Although a reform commission headed by Warren Christopher criticized the LAPD's refusal to respond to citizen complaints, it failed to provide for elected advisory boards. As with watch groups, board members serve strictly at the pleasure of local police commanders. When the Venice Advisory Board endorsed a spring 1992 ballot measure crafted by the Christopher Commission but opposed by the police union, they were summarily fired by the captain in charge of the Pacific Division. 47. Since the 1992 riots, some neighborhood watch groups have, with police encouragement, engaged in forms of surveillance that verge on vigilantism. In the San Fernando Valley, for example, volunteers from the white, upper-income neighborhoods of Porter Ranch and Granada Hills have been informally deputized as stealth auxiliaries in the police war against Black and Latino gang youth. Clad in black ninja gear, they perch in the dark on rooftops or crouch in vacant apartments, peering through shrouded windows, in hopes of photographing or videotaping graffiti taggers and drug peddlers. In a twist on the Rodney King affair, the videos are then used by the police as evidence in court. 48. Several law and order pundits believe that Los Angeles needs to go even further and, like Israel, flood the streets, every bus, shop, and public space with armed auxiliaries trained at police firing ranges and recruited from the respectable classes. 49. As a first approximation to this ideal vigilantopolis, the LAPD has turned a blind eye on openly armed and menacing groups of homeowners and businessmen. In the Mid-City area, the ethnic enclave of Koreatown bristles with automatic weapons and informal militias composed of veterans of the Korean military who promise punishment in kind in the event of another attack on their businesses. Similarly, in Hollywood, a member of the County Republican Central Committee claims that she has organized a gun-toting posse Old West style to render summary justice to looters in the next riot. Civilians can deal with crime more easily because we are not hampered by constitutional restrictions like the police. We can slam and jam. People were nice in the last riot. Next time we will shoot looters first and ask questions later. A lot of blood will be spilled. 50. Some already has. In January 1995, self-appointed vigilante William Masters shot two young men. He described them as skinhead Mexicans whom he discovered painting graffiti on a Hollywood freeway overpass in the San Fernando Valley. 18-year-old Rene Arce died at the scene. David Hilo, 20, was wounded in the buttocks. The Los Angeles Times reported that police were overwhelmed by dozens of calls from graffiti haters supporting Masters. Attorneys volunteered to represent him, other residents offered money for a possible defense fund, and one man showed up at the jail, saying that he wanted to take Masters to dinner for performing a profound service to the community. Outraged Latino leaders demanded his indictment for manslaughter, but the district attorney let him go and arrested Hilo instead. As Masters snarled after his release, "Where are you going to find 12 citizens to convict me?" 51. 6 Parallel universes. Hollywood exists only as a state of mind, not as a geographical entity. Regional historian Kerry McWilliams. Burgess and his students, who took 1920s and 1930s Chicago as a vast sociological laboratory, never had doubts about the raw reality of the phenomena that they were systematically surveying. Empirical method was matched to empirical reality. The mythography of the city played no part in the research program of the Chicago School. Although the 1892 and 1933 Chicago World's Fairs were theme parks avant la lettre, urban sociology had not yet made conceptual space for the city as simulation. Today there is no way around the issue. The contemporary American metropolis simulates or hallucinates itself in at least two senses. First, in the age of electronic culture and economy, the city creates its own virtual double through the complex architecture of its information and media networks. Perhaps, as William Gibson has suggested, three-dimensional computer interfaces will someday allow postmodern flaneurs to stroll through the luminous geometry of the mnemonic city where databases have metamorphosed into blue pyramids and cold spiral arms. If so, urban cyberspace, as the simulation of the city's information order, will be experienced as even more segregated than traditional urban space. South Central Los Angeles, for example, is a data and media black hole, without local cable programming or links to major data systems. Just as it became a housing and jobs ghetto in the post-war period, it is now evolving into an off-net electronic ghetto. Second, social fantasy is now embodied in tourist bubbles, historical districts, entertainment precincts, malls, and other variations on theme parks that are partitioned off from the rest of the city. As all the postmodern philosopher kings constantly remind us, Los Angeles is the world capital of such hyperreality. This distinction has deep historical roots. Southern California's pioneering theme parks of the 1930s and 1940s were primarily architectural simulations of the movies and later of television shows. At the old Sea Lake Zoo in Lincoln Heights, for example, you could enter the jungle set for Tarzan and Sheena, while at Knott's Berry Farm or its spin-off Calico Ghost Town in the Mojave Desert, you could participate in a typical Western. Disneyland, of course, opened the gates to the magic kingdom of cartoon creatures familiar from both the movie screen and television set. Today Los Angeles itself, or rather its idealization, has become the subject of simulation and caricature. With the recent downsizing of the aerospace industry in Southern California, the tourism/hotel/entertainment sector, now treated as a single super-industry by most regional economists, has emerged as the area's largest employer. But tourists are increasingly reluctant to venture into the imagined dangers of Los Angeles's urban jungle. As one MCA/Universal official complained, "There's somebody on every street corner with a work for food sign, is not fun anymore." 52. Yet there is a growing hunger among younger members of the middle class for pedestrian-scale public space. The accelerating privatization of experience associated with life in gilded ghettos and gated suburbs has created a craving for crowds, street life, and spectacle. Entertainment megacorporations like MCA and Disney, whose film and record subsidiaries tirelessly disseminate dark images of city life, think they can capitalize on this demand for urban sensation by recreating vital bits of city life within the secure confines of their theme parks. The consumers of this junk food version of urbanity are generally homogeneous crowds of upscale shoppers and tourists, and there is little of the real promiscuity that Burgess claimed animated Chicago and New York in the 1920s. Moreover, a largely invisible army of low-wage service workers, who themselves live in Bantustans like Santa Ana Barrio or the Hollywood Flatlands, keep the machinery of unreality running smoothly. Because these created landscapes often exploit real or perceived historical places while competing with one another over authenticity, some complex dialectics ensue. Simulations tend to copy not an original but one another. Consider the multiple or exponentialized hyperrealities involved in current corporate battles to monopolize the stardust known as Hollywood. Hollywood, powers of simulation. Hollywood 1. Social reality. Hollywood 2. Movie-made spectacle. Hollywood 3A. Disney MGM. Hollywood 3B. Universal. Hollywood 4. City Walk. 5. Redevelopment project. For the past 75 years there has been an uneasy fit between the movie-made Hollywood image and the actual Hollywood district. Indeed, at any level, Hollywood is a difficult concept to come to grips with, elusive and elastic at the same time. First of all, there is maximum official disagreement about where Hollywood is even located. Each Los Angeles city and county agency has a service unit called Hollywood, yet no two share the same boundaries and only one is identical to the city limits of the short-lived city of Hollywood. The police, in other words, arrests suspects in one Hollywood, while the sanitation department picks up trash in another. Only the overlap between competing official Hollywoods remains uncontroversial. Second, identification with Hollywood has waxed and waned over time. In the 1930s and 1940s, the Hollywood name was sprinkled like gold dust over subdivisions and stores far outside the most notional boundaries of Babylon. Two of the most famous Hollywood businesses, for example, were not located in Hollywood at all. The original Fredericks of Hollywood sold its fantasy lingerie in downtown Los Angeles, while Dolphins of Hollywood, the city's premier R&B record store, was in south-central Los Angeles. A suburb in the San Fernando Valley, meanwhile, was christened North Hollywood, as if a post office address alone could confer instant glamour on rows of humble bungalows. By 1960, however, as the Hollywood Flatlands rapidly decayed, the once magical name turned into a stigma. Neighborhoods that had previously basked in the reflected glory of Hollywood now rushed for the symbolic exits. East Hollywood disintegrated into Los Feliz and Silver Lake. West Hollywood, on the other hand, kept the name but incorporated itself as a separate designer city-state. Universal Studios, Hollywood, became Universal Studios, Universal City. Even Dowdy Burbank, once the butt of Rowan and Martin jokes, became a preferred address for renegade Hollywood firms. Movie stars, of course, had never lived in the Hollywood tenement district, and by 1930 most of the big studios had relocated to the suburbs. The actual Hollywood of the Golden Age was lonely, insecure, full of marginal personalities, people just barely able to make ends meet, a place of opportunists and confidence men, petty chiselers and racketeers, bookies and racetrack touts, of people desperately on the make. 53. The Hollywood, in the imagination of the world's movie public, was kept tenuously anchored to its namesake location by a calendar of ritual and the magical investment of a dozen or so locations as tourist shrines. This celluloid lords was a thin beauty strip between the inaccessible splendor of the hills and the crushed hopes of the flats. But over the past generation, as the real Hollywood has gone from picturesque dilapidation to hyperviolent slum, even the rituals have ceased and the facade has crumbled. The socio-economic decline of Hollywood is vividly illustrated by census snapshots of one of its core neighborhoods, the area east of Vine and north of Sunset that contains such landmarks as Capitol Records, CBS, Pantages Theater, and the Hollywood Palladium. In 1940 the population was 84% native-born white, and the median income just slightly below that of Los Angeles County as a whole. For the next 20 years, the area maintained the same general character, although the median income slipped to 82% of the county median by 1960. Today, after 3 decades of further change, the population largely consists of recent Mexican and El Salvadoran immigrants, and family income is a bare 47% of the median, poorer than most parts of south-central Los Angeles. 54. A watershed was crossed in 1992 when the Flea people of Nathaniel West's nightmare actually rioted in the wake of the Rodney King decision. While the poor in the rest of the city were looting shoe stores and supermarkets, however, Hollywood's underclass, inspired by a perverse cult of celebrity, broke into Frederick's Naughty Lingerie Museum and stole Madonna's knickers. As one local council candidate moaned, Hollywood is supposed to be a dream machine, not the nightmare it has become. 55. As Hollywood's immiseration eroded the historic linkage between signifier and signified, it gradually became possible to imagine the resurrection of Hollywood in a more affluent, more secure neighborhood. Thus, in Orlando, Disney created a stunning Art Deco mirage of MGM's golden age, and arch-competitor MCA countered with its own idealized versions of Hollywood Boulevard and Rodeo Drive at Universal Studios Florida. The elopement of Disney and Hollywood to Florida, of course, further depressed real estate values back in real-time Hollywood. After bitter battles with local homeowners and small businessmen unable to bear any added tax burden, the major Hollywood Boulevard landowners won approval from the city council for a $1 billion facelift. In their plan for the Hollywoodization of Hollywood, the boulevard would be transformed into a gated theme park, anchored by entertainment megacomplexes at each end. Poor surrounding neighborhoods would be kept at arm's length from the boulevard until they were gentrified or torn down. But while the redevelopers were still negotiating with potential investors, MCA pulled the rug from under Hollywood Redux with the announcement that its nearby tax dodge enclave Universal City would construct a parallel urban reality called City Walk. Designed by master illusionist John Jerd, City Walk is an idealized reality, the iconic features of Hollywood, along with Olvera Street and Mid-Wilshire, synthesized in easy, bite-sized pieces for consumption by tourists and residents who don't need the excitement of dodging bullets, in the third world country that Los Angeles has become. City Walk incorporates examples of Mission Revival, Deco, streamlined modern, and LA vernacular, as well as 3D billboards, a huge blue King Kong hanging from a 70-foot neon totem pole, and a sheriff's substation for security. To alleviate the sense of artificiality in this melange, Jerd proposed to add a patina of age and a dash of grit. Using decorative sleight of hand, the designers plan to wrap the brand new street in a cloak of instant history on opening day. Some buildings will be painted to suggest that they have been occupied before. Candy wrappers will be embedded in the terrazzo flooring, as if discarded by previous visitors. 56. Since the opening of City Walk in 1993, plans for Hollywood redevelopment have been more or less shipwrecked. Even spruced up and Disneyfied, there is no way that the real boulevard can compete with the Platonic ideal type on Universal's private hill. As MCA has taken pains to emphasize, City Walk is not a mall but a revolution in urban design, a monumental exercise in sociological hygiene. But critics have wondered if it isn't, instead, the architectural equivalent of the neutron bomb, the city emptied of all lived experience. Have we so lost LA as a real city, asked historian Kevin Starr, that we need this level of social control for anything resembling the urban experience? 58. 7. Ozzie and Harriet in Hell. The golden days in the canyon had ended badly. Ken Nunn, Pomona Queen. Once upon a time a placid town, celebrated in millions of picture postcards, basked in the golden glow of its orchards. Its official slogan was the place of wealth, health, and plenty. In the 1920s it was renowned as the Queen of the Citrus Belt, with one of the highest per capita incomes in the nation. In the 1940s it was so modally middle class, the real-life counterpart of Andy Hardy's hometown, that Hollywood used it as a preview laboratory to test typical audience reactions to new films. In the 1950s it became a commuter suburb for thousands of fathers know best in their starched white shirts. Now its nearly abandoned downtown is surrounded by acres of vacant lots and derelict homes. 59. Its major employer, an aerospace corporation, pulled up stakes and moved to Tucson. The 4-H Club has been replaced by local franchises of the Crips and Bloods. Since 1970, nearly 1% of its population has been murdered. Indeed, 6 people including 4 teenagers were murdered in a single 36-hour period in January 1997.60. It is Pomona, Los Angeles County's 4th largest city. Although Pomona, according to Burgess's old-fashioned cartography, is a bungalow suburb in the commuter zone, it displays most of the pathologies typically associated with a battered inner city. As in Butler's fictional Robledo, so in Pomona paradise has morphed into hell. There are iron bars on the windows of the Cinderella tract, and what plays in Pomona now is mayhem and despair. 61. What plays now is mayhem. Pomona's incidence of poverty exceeds Los Angeles's, and its homicide rate, in bad years, approaches Oakland's or Baltimore's. Its density of gang membership, as a percentage of the teenage male population, rates among the highest in the country. A 1993 survey of 828 communities ranked Pomona as the 11th worst in the nation for the welfare and health of children. In some of its schools, 80% of the students are poor enough to qualify for free school lunches. Each year 1/3 of Pomona Unified School District's seniors fail to graduate, 10 times the dropout rate of the neighboring college community of Claremont. 62. Years of urban renewal, meanwhile, have left its downtown as desolate as a miniature Detroit, while its proudest achievement, the tax-subsidized development of a walled, upper-income neighborhood known as Phillips Ranch, has only exacerbated the sense of disenfranchisement in poorer areas like the Island, Sintown, and the Flats. Although a recent mayor was a Latino, real power in the 65% Latino and Black community is still firmly monopolized by the Anglo business elite, the grandchildren of those long-gone orchard owners who still live in the big houses on the hill in Ganesha Heights. Pomona is not a unique case. Across the nation, hundreds of aging suburbs are trapped in the same downward spiral from Garden City to Crabgrass Slum. This silent but pervasive malaise dominates the political middle landscape. Needless to say, the arrival of this second urban crisis, potentially comparable in magnitude to the seemingly endless ordeal of the inner cities, does not fit comfortably into either political party's current agenda. Although urbanists and local government researchers have been screaming at the top of their lungs for several years about the rising distress in older suburbs, most politicos have kept their heads buried deep in the sand. 63. The failure of politicians to address, or even grasp, the acuteness of the suburban malaise explains much of the populist rage that currently threatens the two-party status quo. America seems to be unraveling in its traditional moral center, the urban periphery. Indeed, the 1990 census confirmed that 35% of suburban cities had experienced significant declines in median household income since 1980. This downward income trend reflected the loss of several million jobs, amplified by corresponding declines in home values and tax resources. 64. As a result, formerly bedrock family value towns like Lakewood, Ohio, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, Brockton, Massachusetts, and University City, Missouri, are now experiencing the social destabilization that comes in the wake of the erosion of traditional job and tax bases. 65. As the National Journal tried to warn largely inattentive policymakers several years ago, older working-class suburbs are starting to fall into the same abyss of disinvestment that their center cities did years ago. 66. The playing field between the inner city and the older suburb has been leveled. Both are below sea level now. In Southern California, such suburban decline has sometimes been anything but a slow bleed. Recent aerospace and defense closures, like Hughes Missile Division's abrupt departure from Pomona or Lockheed's abandonment of its huge Burbank complex, have had the social impact of unforeseen natural disasters. Following the Lockheed shutdown, welfare caseloads in the eastern San Fernando Valley soared by 80,000 in an 18-month period. In the valley as a whole, 1 in 6 residents now lives below the poverty line, and 1 in 10 collected an unemployment check in 1995. Gang violence has relentlessly kept pace with the new immiseration. The most dangerous street in Los Angeles, according to the LAPD, is not in South Central or East Los Angeles, it is Blythe Street in the Valley, a few blocks from the corpse of a GM assembly plant shut down in 1993.67. But older suburbs' losses are usually someone else's gain. Just as post-World War II subdivisions once stole jobs and tax revenues from central cities, so now their pockets are being picked in turn by new urban centers further out on the spiral arms of the metropolitan galaxy that Joel Garreau has named edge cities. It has been estimated, for example, that the older suburbs of Minneapolis, St. Paul lost 38% of their jobs during the 1980s to the Fertile Crescent of edge cities on the metro region southwest flank. 68 Schaumburg and central DuPage County west of O'Hare International Airport have had similarly adverse impacts on the older suburban communities of Cook County, as have the young edge cities of Contra Costa County on the East San Francisco Bay's traditional blue-collar suburbs. 69. In Los Angeles County, the 18-mile-long, tapeworm-shaped city of industry puts a bizarre spin on the idea of the edge city. It won incorporation in 1958 through the gimmick of counting mental patients in a nearby asylum as permanent residents and had the same mayor for 40 years until he was succeeded by his son. Although tiny in population, it is an economic superpredator, monopolizing most of the tax assets of the southern San Gabriel Valley, including 2,100 factories, warehouses, and discount outlets as well as a world-class golf course and resort hotel. In its malign influence on surrounding tax-starved, mainly Latino suburbs like La Puente and South El Monte, it has been compared to an economic atom bomb. 70. The edge cities, moreover, have rapidly translated their rising populations and economic power into political hegemony. Consider the composition of the post-1994 Republican leadership in the House of Representatives. At the time of the Republican Revolution, even veteran political commentators asked, "Who are these guys?" The answer is that they were the gang from the edge cities. Speaker Gingrich and his top lieutenants represented, with few exceptions, the affluent and self-contained outer suburbs. The younger generation of Republicans from Southern California's booming edge cities constituted one of the most notable contingents. 71. Team Gingrich. Congressman. Edge City. Bill Archer. Route 290. Dick Armey. Irving/Las Colinas. Phil Crane. Schaumburg. Chris Cox. Irvine. Randy Cunningham. Del Mar. Dave Dreyer. Arcadia. Elton Golightly. Simi Valley. Newt Gingrich. Buckhead Co. Henry Hyde. DuPage Co. John Kasich. Suburban Columbus. Bill McCollum. Orange Co. Ron Packard. Mission Viejo. James Talent. US 40 Corridor. Kurt Weldon. King of Prussia. Source: Almanac of American Politics. Residents of older suburbs are finally coming to understand what inner-city people have known for decades: their own tax dollars finance their own inevitable decline. The federal interstate highway system, together with state-funded water projects like the California Aqueduct and Arizona Salt River Project, provide massive subsidies for the proliferation of otherwise uneconomic edge suburbs. A recent Chicago study, for example, has shown that it costs $60,000 to hook up a new house in an outer suburb to the utility infrastructure as against $5,000 for the same house in an existing suburb. Who foots the bill? Taxpayers in the established suburbs. 72. This one-sided competition between old and new suburbs is bringing latent class divisions in the historic commuter belts to the surface. As HUD Secretary Andrew Cuomo recently conceded, there is no monolith anymore called suburbs. 73. Intersuburban tensions are particularly conspicuous in Los Angeles's vast tract house hinterlands. Widening socioeconomic and ethnic chasms divide northern and southern Orange County, the upper and lower tiers of the San Gabriel Valley, northwestern Riverside County and the I-15 corridor, and the east and west sides of the San Fernando Valley. Landscape amenities help shape this new metropolitan hierarchy. As a rule of thumb, Los Angeles County's affluent white suburbanites have retreated to choice foothill and beachfront communities, while the white working class has moved to new commuter suburbs on the edge of the desert in northern Los Angeles and western San Bernardino and Riverside counties. The older burbs have become majority Black, Latino, and Asian. As in the San Francisco Bay region, there is a permanent Cold War over tax revenue and allocation of public services between the poorer flats and the tonier hills. The have-not suburbs have, moreover, accelerated their own decline by squandering scarce tax resources in zero-sum competitions for new investment. Too many poor communities have tried to upscale themselves through draconian social engineering and desperate bids to beef up the tax base. If a decade ago, every aging suburb from Compton to Pomona had to have its own auto mall, now the magic bullet is believed to be a card casino. Redevelopment programs, which in California devour 10 to 15% of local tax revenue, have become little more than cargo cults, praying for miraculous investments that never come. In addition to the dramatic hemorrhage of jobs and capital over the last decade, aging suburbia also suffers from premature physical obsolescence. Much of what was built in the post-war period is throwaway architecture, with a functional lifespan of 30 years or less. California dingbats and other light-frame Sunbelt apartment types are especially unsuited to support the intergenerational continuity of community and property. At best, this stucco junk was designed to be promptly recycled in perennially dynamic housing markets, but such markets have stagnated or died in much of the old suburban fringe. Now millions of units of what design critic Rainer Banham famously caricatured as Taco Burger Aztec and Polynesian gabled are fast eroding into the slum housing of the year 2000.74. Our suburb, the San Fernando Valley, is a telling example. The colossal $42 billion damage inflicted by the 1992 Northridge earthquake clearly exposed this building quality crisis, as residents were literally killed by shoddy construction. Although no one has yet attempted the calculation, there is little reason to suppose that this suburban housing deficit, the inability to finance the replacement costs of obsolete and unrestorable building stock, will be any smaller than Clinton's once famous but now forgotten national infrastructure deficit. Nor is it likely, as declining suburbs become the new pariahs, that the financial market's invisible hand will linger longer than it takes to draw a fatal red line around their prospects for housing reinvestment. The same grim calculations apply to the neglected social infrastructure, the schools, parks, libraries, and the like of 1920 to 60 suburbia. All of this, of course, is especially bad news for poor, inner-city residents who are being urged by every pundit in the land to find their salvation in the suburbs. Indeed, confronted with virtually Paleolithic conditions of life in collapsing city neighborhoods, hundreds of thousands of blacks and Latinos are finally finding it possible to move into the subdivisions where Beaver Cleaver and Ricky Nelson used to live. The once monochromatic San Fernando Valley now has a slight non-Anglo majority of Latino, Black, Middle Eastern, and Asian residents, including more than 500,000 recent immigrants. There are more people of Mexican descent in Ozzie and Harriet Land than in East LA. But their experiences too often repeat the heartbreak and disillusionment of the original migrations to the central cities. What seemed from afar a promised land is, at closer sight, a low-rise version of the same old ghetto or barrio. Like a maddening mirage, good jobs and good schools are still a horizon away, in the new edge cities. The good old boy regimes that hold power in the interregnum between white flight and the slow accession of new black or Latino electoral majorities usually loot every last cent in the town treasury before making their ungraceful exits. As a result, minorities typically inherit municipal scorched earth crushing redevelopment debts, demoralized workforces, neglected schools, and deserted business districts as their principal legacy from the old order. In the meantime, the stranded and forgotten white populations of these transitional communities are too easily tempted to confuse structural decay with the sudden presence of neighbors of color. The vampirish role of the edge cities in sucking resources from older or poorer suburbs is less evident than the desperate needs of growing populations dependent on the dole. Political discourse, moreover, constantly valorizes resentments against the poor and people of color, while remaining discreetly silent about the real structures of urban inequality. As a consequence, In the older suburban fringe of Southern California, where little else is flourishing, hate crime is booming. 8. Low-intensity race war. You have been judged guilty by the Orange County chapter of WAR, White Aryan Resistance. We look forward to meeting you in persons. Skinhead warning. Before the skinheads shot Mike Bunch Robinson, they pulverized his face with karate kicks and punches. The beating was so sadistic that his body had to be identified through fingerprints. The coroner warned his girlfriend not to view the disfigured corpse. Robinson, a well-liked VW mechanic from the blue-collar San Bernardino suburb of Highland, was killed on August 22, 1995. He was the fifth African American to be murdered by skinheads in Southern California in 2 years. In another era his death would have been called a lynching. Now he was just part of the body count in a low-intensity race war that the criminal justice establishment and the mainstream press have largely ignored. 75. The current wave of racial killings began in September 1993, just 2 months after the sensational FBI arrest of 8 Fourth Reich skinheads for plotting to blow up black churches in south-central Los Angeles. A young African-American woman, Tina Roxanne Rodriguez, was beaten to death in front of her young daughter by 2 skinhead women screaming racial slurs in the parking lot of a La Habra shopping center. An estimated 20 to 30 white bystanders made no effort to rescue Rodriguez as her brains were literally pounded out on the pavement. 76. Then, in August 1994, a black sophomore at Santa Margarita High in southern Orange County was lured into an ambush in the Portola Hills. Encircled by a mob of 30 young whites shouting "Get the nigger!" 15-year-old Reuben Vaughn, a stellar athlete and scholar, was viciously beaten and stabbed with a screwdriver. He was hospitalized in critical condition with a shattered jaw, broken nose, and 7 stab wounds. 2 weeks later, another young black man from southern Orange County, 20-year-old Jody Robinson, was kidnapped, tortured, and murdered by what sheriffs described as another skinhead gang. In September, black longshoreman Vernon Flournoy, who had moved from Hollywood after the 1992 riots to get away from urban troubles, was gunned down outside a McDonald's restaurant in Huntington Beach by 2 skinheads. This popular beach town, the center of South Coast surfing culture, was also the home of the Fourth Reich skins arrested the previous year. For years the strip of cafes and surf shops along Main Street had been terrorized by gangs of skinheads from the Long Beach and Orange County areas. 77 Thus police were not surprised that the older of Flournoy's killers, 19-year-old Jonathan Kinsey, was carrying Hitler quotations in his wallet when arrested. In addition to the slaying of Flournoy, Kinsey was also charged with the attempted murder of 2 Latinos a month earlier, also in Huntington Beach. 78. The next murder took place in Riverside shortly before Christmas 1994. Rod Jackson was simply backing out of his driveway when 26-year-old Michael Brown screamed, "Fuck you, nigger," and blasted him with a sawed-off shotgun. Brown had just been released from state prison and, according to Riverside homicide investigators, had boasted to friends of belonging to a Nazi supremacist group, presumably the prison-based Aryan Brotherhood. 79. A few months later, 3 skinheads opened fire on a group of African Americans near Antelope Valley High School in Lancaster. 4 people, including an 11-month-old baby, were seriously wounded. In the following weeks, a black woman was beaten by racists after she and her husband refused to move out of a Palmdale trailer park, and a black teenager was stabbed by 3 white youth, again in front of Antelope Valley High. The FBI later confirmed that 3 skinhead gangs, the Nazi Lowriders, the Palmdale Peckerwoods, and the Metal Mines, were active in Los Angeles's high desert suburbs where rapid growth in the minority population has coincided with a steep downturn in local employment. 80. In March 1995, it was Mike Robinson's turn. The killers, 4 skinhead men in their early 20s, were burglarizing the home of a white friend of Robinson's, unaware that the African-American youth was asleep in a bedroom. When they discovered 20-year-old Robinson, they tied him up, then savaged and shot him. His friend was beaten but allowed to live. While San Bernardino County sheriffs were searching for Robinson's killers, several black and Latino homes in Highland were paint-bombed and covered with skinhead graffiti. The NAACP, exasperated with official inaction, urged the federal Justice Department to undertake an investigation of the local hate crime wave. 81. Skinheads were also on the rampage in Orange County through the summer and fall of 1995. In the city of Orange, skins screaming Nazi slogans attacked a local punk rock club, roughing up a black guitarist, before turning on a young Asian Indian customer whom they beat unconscious with metal pipes. 6 months later, on January 28, 1996, Thien Minh Le, the former president of the Vietnamese American Student Association at UCLA, was practicing inline skating at a high school in Tustin when he was stabbed to death by 2 skinheads. The shockwave that rocked Orange County's large Vietnamese community was intensified when sheriffs revealed a letter that one of the murderers, 21-year-old Gunnar Lindbergh, had written to a prison friend in New Mexico. "I stabbed him in the side about 7 or 8 times. He rolled over a little, so I stabbed his back out 18 or 19 times. Then he laid flat and I slit one side of his throat on his jugular vein. Oh, the sounds the guy was making were like a... Then Dominic said, 'Do it again,' and I said, 'I already did.' 'Dude. Yeah, do it again.' So I cut his other jugular vein, and Dominic said, 'Kill him.' 'Do it again,' and I said, 'He's already dead.' Dominic said, 'Stab him in the heart.' So I stabbed him about 20 or 21 times in the heart. Then I wanted go back and look, so we did, and he was dying just then, taking in some bloody gasps of air, so I nudged his face with my shoe a few times. Then I told Dominic to kick him, so he kicked the fuck out of his face and he still has blood on his shoes. 82. In February, more of the neo-Nazis who infest Huntington Beach accosted a 20-year-old Native American near a lifeguard tower. Confronted with the usual skinhead challenge, George Mondragon attempted to run away but was tackled to the ground and stabbed 27 times in the chest, liver, back, neck, colon, and hands. Miraculously, he survived. 83. A month later, 59-year-old Native American Jerry Jordan ended up on life support with multiple skull fractures and several broken ribs after an encounter with local skinheads in the Riverside County town of Redlands. During the previous year, Redlands had been terrorized by several cross burnings and a number of racist assaults. Police claimed that the local skinheads target people they believe are a burden to society, such as homeless people and welfare recipients. 84. Over the next few months, racial violence returned to the Antelope Valley, where randomly selected African Americans were attacked with baseball bats and machetes by the Nazi lowriders. In searching for the ringleader, 22-year-old Danny Williams, sheriffs described him as having swastikas tattooed on his right hand and a hooded Ku Klux Klan figure on his left shoulder. 85-86. According to the Los Angeles County Commission on Human Relations, attacks on blacks increased 50% from 1995 to 1996. With 995 hate crimes reported countywide in 1995, metropolitan Los Angeles became the nation's capital of racial and sexual orientation violence. The Commission's annual report also noted that racially motivated crimes had been clearly clustered in older suburban areas like Long Beach, Westchester, Harbor Gateway, and Van Nuys, as well as in the economically troubled Antelope Valley. Although the Human Relations Commissioners cautioned that the report does not say it has become open season on African Americans, the dramatic surge in attacks on blacks suggested otherwise. 87. Obvious questions remain unanswered. What are the links between these atrocities? Has racial murder become an initiation rite into the Aryan Brotherhood? Although the FBI and the Justice Department finally intervened in the Antelope Valley cases in 1996, following desultory efforts by Los Angeles County sheriffs, there has been no investigation of the overall pattern of white supremacist violence throughout the Los Angeles metropolitan periphery. As civil rights lawyers have frequently pointed out, hate crimes are grossly underreported by local police and sheriffs, while state-level statistics have only become available since 1995. 88 Law enforcement agencies, by any measure, have been strangely reluctant to acknowledge the extent of the racist violence or to probe into the deeper recesses of Southern California's white supremacist subcultures. Indeed, official attitudes are a serious part of the problem. In Orange County, where according to the father of one victim hate crime is becoming a popular sport, minority activists have complained for years about an official double standard. Although District Attorney Michael Capizzi has routinely fed anti-Latino and anti-Vietnamese hysteria with high-profile mass arrests in the Santa Ana barrio and Little Saigon, he has refused to acknowledge the plague of white violence sweeping his county, despite 105 skinhead attacks in 1995 alone. 89. Similar criticisms have been made in the Antelope Valley. Local officialdom, according to Mike Kirkland, a prominent leader in the African American community, keeps its head buried in the sand. Despite dramatic evidence, including burning crosses and the firebombing of a Latino family, they kept downplaying the skinhead phenomena. Now our kids have been shot in front of their own schoolhouse, yet the Board of Education is more concerned with getting rid of affirmative action than confronting racism. 90. As if to confirm Kirkland's point, city officials and sheriff's deputies were still insisting 2 years later after a dozen more incidents and the arrival of the FBI that we just aren't getting very many hate crime reports. 91. Joe Hicks, the outspoken director of the Los Angeles Multicultural Collaborative, believes that such official complacency has contributed to the relegitimation of public racism. We are seeing the rebirth of white supremacism as a material force, where racism of the word quickly becomes racism of the deed. Hicks suggests the metaphor of Russian dolls. The largest doll, of course, is Pete Wilson, but inside is Rush Limbaugh. Open a few dolls more and find Mark Foreman. And inside him is a smirking Timothy McVeigh. 92. The chilling McVeigh reference may be APT. In late fall 1995, the LAPD busted 4 young whites in the San Fernando Valley who were allegedly negotiating to sell a staggering quantity of high explosives, which they had stolen from a rock quarry, to a local skinhead group. Who knows what terrifying recipes from the Turner Diaries may yet be concocted in Los Angeles' suburban badlands. 9. The Gulag Rim. You touch the fence and you die. Official at Calipatria State Prison. The road from Mecca follows the Southern Pacific tracks past Bombay Beach to Nyland, then turns due south through a green maze of marshes and irrigated fields. The bad future of Southern California rises, with little melodrama, in the middle distance between the skeleton of last year's cotton crop and the aerial bombing range in the Chocolate Mountains. From a mile away, the slate-gray structures resemble warehouses or perhaps a factory. An unassuming road sign announces Calipatria State Prison. This is the outer rim of Los Angeles' ecology of fear, and it has no equivalent on Burgess's chart. 93. Calipatria, which opened in 1993, is a level 4, maximum security prison that currently houses 10% of California's convicted murderers, 1,200 men. Yet the guard booth at the main gate is unmanned, as are 10 of its 12 perimeter gun towers. If the startling absence of traditional surveillance looks negligent, it is deliberate policy. As Daniel Paramo, the prison's energetic public relations officer, explains, the warden doesn't trust the human error factor in the gun towers, he puts his faith, instead, in Southern California Edison. 94. Paramo is standing in front of an ominous 13-foot electric fence, sandwiched between 2 ordinary chain-link fences. Each of the 15 individual strands of wire bristles with 5,000 volts of Parker dam power, about 10 times the recognized lethal dosage. The electrical contractors guarantee instantaneous death. A bad future, Calipatria Prison. The original bill authorizing the high-voltage escape-proof fence sailed through the legislature with barely a murmur. Cost-conscious politicians had few scruples about an electric bill that saved $2 million in labor costs each year. And when the warden quietly threw the main switch in November 1993, there was general satisfaction that the corrections system was moving ahead, with little controversy, toward its high-tech future. But, Paramo adds ruefully, we had neglected to factor the animal rights people into the equation. The prison is just east of the Salton Sea, a major wintering habitat for waterfowl, and the gently purring high-voltage fence immediately became an erotic beacon to passing birds. Local bird watchers soon found out about the body count and alerted the Audubon Society. By January, Calipatria's death fence was an international environmental scandal. When a CNN crew pulled into the prison parking lot, the Department of Corrections threw in the towel and hired an ornithologist to help them redesign the fence. The result is the world's only bird-proof, ecologically responsible death fence. Paramo has some difficulty maintaining a straight face as he points out $150,000 in innovations, a warning wire for curious rodents, anti-perching deflectors for wildfowl, and tiny passageways for burrowing owls. Calipatria has also built an attractive pond for visiting geese and ducks. Although the prison system is now at peace with bird lovers, the imbroglio roused the powerful California Correctional Peace Officers Association to question management's right to automate the jobs of the 30 sharpshooters replaced by the fence. To proceed with his plan to lethally electrify all the state's medium and maximum security prisons in the coming years, Director of Corrections Joe Gomez may have to negotiate a compromise with the CPO that preserves more of the featherbed gun tower jobs. Calipatria's 4,000 inmates, most of them from the tough ghettos and barrios of Los Angeles County, shed few tears for either the ducks or the guards. Their lives are entirely absorbed in the daily struggle to survive soul-destroying claustrophobia and ever-threatening racial violence. Like the rest of the system, Calipatria operates at almost double its design capacity. In the state's medium security facilities, squalid tiers of bunk beds have been crowded into converted auditoriums and day rooms, much as in overflowing county jails. In upscale level 4 institutions like Calipatria, on the other hand, a second inmate has simply been shoehorned into each of the tiny, 6 by 10 foot one-man cells. When double celling was first introduced into the system a decade ago, it helped fuel a wave of inmate violence and suicide. Civil liberties advocates denounced the practice as cruel and unusual punishment, but a federal judge upheld its constitutionality. Now inmates can routinely expect to spend decades or even lifetimes locked in unnatural, and often unbearable, intimacy with another person. The psychological stress is amplified by a shortage of prison jobs that condemns nearly half the inmate population to serve their sentences idly in their cells watching infinities of television. As behavioral psychologists have testified in court, rats confined in such circumstances invariably go berserk and eat each other. The abolition of privacy, together with the suppression of inmate counterculture, are explicit objectives of new generation prisons like Calipatria. Each of its 20 housing units is designed like a two-story horseshoe with a guard station opposite. Yet another variation on Jeremy Bentham's celebrated 18th-century panopticon prison, this 270 plan is intended to ensure continuous surveillance of all inmate behavior. Official blurbs boast of a more safe and humane incarceration and an end to the fear-hate syndrome associated with prisons that tolerate zones of unsupervised inmate interaction. In practice, however, panopticanism has been compromised by construction shortcuts and chronic understaffing. Although toilets sit nakedly in the middle of the recreational yards as symbols of institutional omniscience, there are still plenty of blind spots behind tier stairs or in unsurveilled kitchen areas where inmates can take revenge on staff or one another. As Paramo warns visitors when they sign the grim waiver acknowledging California's policy of refusing to negotiate for hostages, the war is on. For a quarter of a century, California prisons have institutionalized episodic violence between inmate guerrilla armies. The original order of battle, after the death of Black Panther leader George Jackson in 1971, allied the Black guerrilla family and La Nuestra Familia against the Aryan Brotherhood and the East LA-based Mexican Mafia. Today there are also rising Asian and Central American gangs, but the carnage has been centralized into a merciless struggle for power between blacks and the EAM. In part, this race war reflects dramatic recent shifts in California's population. In 1988, new prison admissions were 35% black and 30% Latino. By 1993, however, The proportions were 41% Latino and 25% Black. As a result, the system now has a slight Latino plurality. EAM reportedly has used this new clout both inside and outside the walls to attack the black monopoly on the sale of crack cocaine. Calipatria's gang intelligence officer claims that the recent death of Joe Morgan, the EAM's legendary founder and sometime prison statesman, cleared the way for a younger, more ruthless leadership. In Calipatria's case, the last riot between blacks and Latinos occurred in July 1995, when 13 inmates were stabbed. One guard described the melee, which apparently started in the central kitchen and spread to the housing units, as the EAM blindsiding the Crips. As a result, the prison was locked down for 4 months, and the day rooms have been abandoned as too dangerous for mixed use. Paramo keeps a display of some of the captured weapons in his office, including what looks like an obsidian dagger but is actually a shank made from melted black garbage bags. To deal with such explosions, California's higher-level prisons have introduced new and extreme sanctions. Each institution, for example, now has its own internal SWAT unit or Special Emergency Response Team capable of countering outbreaks with staggering amounts of firepower and paramilitary expertise. These elite units have been widely praised for preventing inmate-upon-inmate slaughters like that in the New Mexico State Penitentiary in 1984. The price of such prevention, however, seems to be an extraordinary toleration of official violence. Over the last decade, trigger-happy guards have killed 38 inmates in California institutions, more than triple the total of the 6 other leading prison population states and the federal penitentiary system combined. 95. Staff at Calipatria speak with measured awe of CPO President Don Novi, a former Folsom prison guard, who has made the correctional officers the most powerful union in the state. Under his leadership, the CPO has been transformed from a small, reactive craft union into the major player shaping criminal justice legislation and, thereby, the future of the California penal system. Part of the secret of Novi's success has been his willingness to pay the highest price for political allies. In 1990, for example, Novi contributed nearly $1 million to Pete Wilson's gubernatorial campaign, and CPO now operates the second most generous POC in Sacramento. 96. Novi has also leveraged CPO's influence through his sponsorship of the so-called victims' rights movement. Crime Victims United, for example, is a satellite POC receiving 95% of its funding from CPO. Through such high-profile front groups, and in alliance with other law enforcement lobbies, Novi has been able to keep Sacramento in a permanent state of law and order hysteria. Legislators of both parties trample each other in the rush to put their names at the top of new, tougher anti-crime measures, while ignoring the progressive imbalance between the number of felons sentenced to prison and the existing capacity of Department of Corrections facilities. 97. This cynical competition has had staggering consequences. Rand Corporation researcher Joan Peters-Ilya found that more than 1,000 bills changing felony and misdemeanor statutes had been enacted by the legislature between 1984 and 1992. Taken together, they are utterly incoherent as criminal justice policy, but wonderful as a stimulus to the kind of carceral Keynesianism that has tripled both the membership and the average salary of the CPO since 1980. While California's colleges and universities were shedding 8,000 jobs, the Department of Corrections hired 26,000 new employees to guard 112,000 new inmates. As a result, California is now the proud owner of the third largest penal system in the world. 98. A host of critics, including an official Blue Ribbon Commission, have tried to wean the legislature from its reckless gulagism. They have produced study after study showing that super-incarceration has had a negligible impact on the overall crime rate, and that a majority of new inmates are either nonviolent drug offenders or the mentally ill. They have also repeatedly warned that a day of reckoning will come when the state will have to trade higher education, literally brick by brick, to continue to build prisons. 99. Politicians do not dispute that this day is now close at hand. When one education leader in testimony before the legislature pointed to the inverse relationship between the college and prison budgets, State Senator Frank Hill acidly retorted, If push came to shove, the average voter is going to be more supportive of prisons than of the University of California 100. Although it costs taxpayers more than twice as much to send an 18-year-old to prison as to university, politicians reap greater rewards from lobbyists and conservative voters for building cells than for building classrooms. It was not surprising, therefore, that the legislature, instead of hitting the brakes, went full throttle in 1994 with the three strikes law, which doubles sentences for second felonies and mandates 25 years to life for three-time losers. 101 As a direct result, Department of Corrections planners predict a 262% increase in the penal population by 2005. Commenting on these projections, a spokesman for Governor Wilson simply shrugged his shoulders. If these additional costs have to be absorbed, I guess we'll have to reduce other services. We'll have to change our priorities. 102. It is sobering to recall that the Department of Corrections, with 29 major campuses, is already more expensive than the University of California system, and that young black men in Los Angeles and Oakland are twice as likely to end up in prison as in college. The three strikes law, moreover, is widening racial disparities in sentencing. According to data from Los Angeles County Public Defenders, African Americans made up 57% of the early three strikes filings, although they are only 10% of the population. This is 17 times the rate of whites, although other studies have shown that white men commit at least 60% of rapes, robberies, and assaults. 103 The majority suburban legislature, however, has been unfazed by studies demonstrating the profound racial inequities of recent criminal legislation. Initial hopes that Cruz Bustamante, the Fresno Democrat who in 1997 became the first modern Latino Assembly Speaker, would restore some sanity to crime and punishment debates were quickly dashed when Bustamante tried to outflank Governor Wilson on the subject of capital punishment for minors. When Wilson suggested death sentences for criminals as young as 14, Bustamante responded that he might, with a tear in my eye, cast a vote to execute hardened criminals as young as 13. 104. To Tom Hayden, one of the few members of the legislature to publicly denounce the three strikes legislation, such bravado about executing children is more proof that California is sinking into a moral quagmire, reminiscent of Vietnam. State politics has been handcuffed by the law enforcement lobby. Voters have no real idea of what they are getting into. They have not been told the truth about the trade-off between schools and prisons, or the economic disaster that will inevitably result. We dehumanize criminals and the poor in exactly the same way we did with so-called gooks in Vietnam. We just put them in hell and turn up the heat. 105. 10. The Mars Fleet. He took a torch and moved into the plastic city, and with the flame touched the walls here or there. The city bloomed up in great tosses of heat and light. It was a square mile of illumination, big enough to be seen out in space. Ray Bradbury, The Martian Chronicles. Once upon a time in the rocket summers of my childhood, it was widely believed that Los Angeles's ultimate suburb would be the planet Mars, not a maximum security prison in the desert. The outer edge of the commuter belt in Burgess's diagram would become extraterrestrial. If this now seems preposterous, it is only because our imagined futures have worn poorly over the ensuing years. The 1990s in particular have been a funeral decade, interring many of the hopes and fantasies of the earlier 20th century. If today Eisenhower-era images of the suburbanization of the solar system seem more than wacky, it would have seemed equally absurd 40 years ago to have predicted that nearly 2 million Americans would greet the next century from the insides of jails and prisons. In 1954, when I was as enthralled as any other 8-year-old by rocket science and the imminent exploration of space, Collier's magazine published a tantalizing article by recycled Nazi rocket scientist Wernher von Braun and magazine editor Cornelius Ryan. "Can we get to Mars?" prophesied that new Lewis's and Clark's in spacesuits would plant Old Glory on the 16-mile-high summit of Olympus Mons by 1996.106. The article was superbly illustrated by Chesley Bonestell, whose prolific images of space travel in Sunday supplements and popular magazines fired the American imagination during the 1950s. Bonestell, a trained architect who had worked as a special effects artist on Orson Welles' Citizen Kane, later painted a magnificent landscape of the 1990s Mars fleet assembling in near space above the Pacific coastline. Far below the rocket armada is a vast nocturnal metropolis, 1,000 diamond points of light rendered by Bones tell in exquisite detail. The metropolis, of course, is Los Angeles. 108. After a century of boosterism and self-aggrandizement, this was the city's most triumphant image. The Los Angeles 2000 reports immodest boasting about becoming the global crossroads city, and a modern Alexandria is decidedly second fiddle to the overreaching hyperbole of Los Angeles portal to the solar system. Like his contemporary, Ray Bradbury, whose Martian Chronicles depicted American subdivisions on the Red Planet, Bones tell dramatized the 1950s moral and imaginative equivalence between the utopia of space conquest and the utopia of suburbia. In his painting, the counterpoint to the ballet of soaring rocket planes is the perfect Euclidean geometry of Los Angeles's future suburbs as they probe the desert along the routes of new freeways. In the mid-1950s, of course, the freeways were still applauded as technological wonders, and suburbia was a dream only half unfolded. Developers could not tear down orange groves fast enough to meet the demand for tract houses for the burgeoning workforce of the aerospace industry. Although what was being built in those huge sheds in Burbank, Long Beach, Downey, Canoga Park, and Pomona was usually an official secret, 8-year-olds imagined that they must include prototype rocket ships to the moon and eventually Mars. Kids in the San Fernando Valley, luckier than most, could actually hear the giant rocket engines being tested by the Air Force at Rocketdyne's sprawling test range in the Santa Susana Mountains. A whole generation raised on the bold promises of Von Braun and the futuristic images of Bones tell was awaiting with great expectation that epical view of Los Angeles from space. The Mars fleet assembles. The LA riot from space. History, however, has given us a stranger vista. Fast forward to April 30, 1992, just a few years before the predicted departure of Von Braun's Mars fleet. A multi-sensor, polar orbiting satellite operated by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration makes its normal pass over the Pacific coast of North America. At exactly 3:47 the satellites on board advanced very high-resolution radiometer images an exceptionally large thermal anomaly, extending over more than 85 square kilometers. The infrared picture is received in San Diego and transmitted to the University of Hawaii's Satellite Oceanography Laboratory, where it is analyzed by a team of geophysicists. They are pleased by the astounding sensitivity with which the radiometer has resolved individual hotspots even of subpixel size 0.109. When researchers compare this image with a 1985 infrared image of the same place taken by the French satellite Spot, they easily distinguish two kinds of thermal fingerprints. Both satellites have photographed the same urban heat islands downtown, the international airport, and a large oil refinery, but only Avair has imaged the large, much hotter anomaly southwest of downtown and similar but smaller anomalies in the north and south. Spot's infrared remote sensing in 1985 had registered these areas as cool. 7 years later, they are suddenly molten. Avair, of course, has taken the temperature of a social explosion. The large anomaly, researchers explain, corresponds to south-central Los Angeles, where an average of 3 new fires were started each minute during the 3 hours preceding the image. The temperature maximum is located along Manchester Avenue near the intersection where Reginald Denny was beaten on the previous day. A second anomaly, north of the Santa Monica Freeway, coincides with a cluster of arson fires near the corner of Venice Boulevard and Western Avenue in Mid-City, while the isolated but intense hotspot to the south of the image is the Compton Center Mall, where a department store was burning 110. In this fashion, the Rodney King riot, although composed of tens of thousands of individual acts of anger and desperation, was perceived from orbit as a unitary geophysical phenomenon, comparable to the eruption of Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines in 1991 or the huge fires that consumed Indonesian forests in 1997. Indeed, had alien voyeurs really been watching the Earth from a secret observatory on the Moon or suburbs on Mars, they would have been mesmerized by Los Angeles's extraordinary combustibility. No other urban area on the planet so frequently produces large thermal anomalies. Seen from space, the city that once hallucinated itself as an endless future without natural limits or social constraints now dazzles observers with the eerie beauty of an erupting volcano.